Heyo! Hi, Mo.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to this. They are on the trial against what's his face, Michael Adelson.
Yes.
I think he is. That they are currently on jury selection. Monday, Tuesday,
Yes.
maybe Wednesday. So we will for this murder ending happened 9 years ago. So it's been a long wait. There has been 2 previous trials with co-conspirators and the Pew Pew guy. So we have a bit of a recap Monday, Tuesday about, okay, so everybody gets up to speed with it, especially me. Because up until Friday, I had no clue. And then I saw, oh, that's going on next week. I wonder what that is. Oh, that's a rabbit hole.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
At least no
And I
Odinist
saw,
this time
oh,
that
I
we know
wouldn't
of.
count it out. Yeah, that we know.
Probably
And I
not.
saw before stream started, I saw Sonny Tanner. Sonny Tanner is in Tallahassee to watch this live. We'll give updates in the chat. And they are doing individual voir dire. Voir dire is taken behind closed doors, but courtroom is full of 50 potential jurors. Yeah, they have to narrow it down to the final 12 plus 2 or 3 alternates, so 14 or 15, I would assume. So thank you, Sonny. I hope you can give us some updates along the way in the chat. Yeah. Jeez, what a cluster F.
Yes.
Dan Markel.
That poor bastard. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. Well, you never know what happened behind closed doors, but I feel after reading all the articles and everything, the now ex-wife, at least she was, and they were divorced at the time of the endings, so yeah, she does not come through as particularly a good person.
Yeah, they both. He comes off relatively like the sane one, and then, as often happens, Friberto. Okay, Thor, you're going to have to get up on the house.
Stal asked, wait, is this first degree? Only first degree unaliving get 12 euros in Florida. He is charged with felony conspiracy to commit murder and first degree murder, because the result of the conspiracy was murder. So he will be charged, I think, with first degree as well. First with second degree as lesser stuffy.
Yeah, he was basically the catalyst, because had he not given his hookup the money and then she got her ex-flame and his friend to go up there, I mean, without him starting the whole train, none of these other 3 people would have ever run into Dan Markel as a matter of personal, impetus.
This is a case where the state is going, okay, first the Pew Pew guys and the middle hand, all were charged with first degree and conspiracy and everything. Then all of a sudden you have Dan's former brother-in-law, who is alleged catalyst of it all, but they're working their way back towards the Adelson family.
Yeah,
And
that's why I'm gonna be doing the board, because as you dig into this family, it becomes more clear that with this family, the mom kinda rules the roost, and her
Mm.
kids don't do stuff unless mom approves. So,
Yeah, and the Adelson family is filthy rich. Not like
yeah.
rich, rich. They are not millionaires. They are not multimillionaires. They're not billionaires. They are multi-billionaires, the family. But it's an extensive family. But, oh, yeah. And for one of the the former CEO, head of the family, Miriam Adelson and family, owned the Las Vegas Sands. And yeah, there's a very large amount of money in that family.
Yeah, so it's
And
it's a lot of moving parts, and I think the DAs have hopefully really crossed their T's and dotted their I's, and that's why it's taken so long. They wanted to have
yeah,
better audio. They, had several, wiretaps, and they wanted to
mm,
make sure all of those motions went through before they went for the big
mm,
fish, because I think one of the motions
mm,
was to compel the parents to do well, now Veilhammer, they said in theory better audio, but this is still court better audio, so it will be recorded on, I'm sure, a sandwich instead of a potato. I don't know.
mm. I was trying to figure out because the Adelson is yeah, it's a very large family, but yeah, the number I'm getting is that the family fortune is around 35 billion.
Yeah, so
You can afford good lawyers if you have 35 billion.
yeah, and
Um,
from what I've looked at, Charlie was kinda the playboy of the family.
mm,
Wendy, the daughter who was married to Dan, was a fellow lawyer, and then there's a
mm,
son that they don't claim anymore because he married outside the faith, and he's kind of,
mm,
once it became clear that the family might be involved in shenanigans, he has kind of distanced himself from the family, but he is on the witness list. So,
mm,
I will have
mm.
a murder
And that
board,
is
it will take the entire murder board, unfortunately.
yeah, yeah, and thank you, Sonny Tanner. The defendant just walked in all cleaned up and in a suit, tasty as hell, and lunch break. Yeah, well, he has the right to be there in the jury selection, and it's always good
Yeah,
to have the defendant there just to see because some people can uh, fake their feelings until they see the defendant. So
yeah,
yeah, mm. But thank you so much, Sonny, for keeping us updated.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Mm. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, this case is an absolute cluster F. And I
And,
was thinking we need to get people up to speed by today playing bits from the first trial in 2019. So we get an overview of what the conspiracy is supposed. Hello, Thor. Oh,
yeah,
the hair
well, I've
sniffer.
got one hand on
You
Thor
shouldn't.
and one hand on Fry because we are having moments of jealousy right now. It is just,
Oh,
it's been a
you
I
should
thought, "Oh,
rename
I'll
him
get so much."
Biden.
I it's like, "Oh, I'll get so much stuff done, the kids aren't here. I'm feeling moderately better. I'm gonna get all the laundry and all the shenanigans done after the Smurfsplosion." And then the
Mm.
cats and dogs are acting like I've not seen them in years.
Wilhelm Media says, "Did I hear better audio?" I don't know, but we will be covering this live, so it's hard to. Well, oh,
Yes.
you mean when it comes to the first two trials, I will only play opening statement from both and a bit of each of some of the witnesses, bits and pieces. And so tomorrow it is the Katherine Magbanua retrial. Same there. Bits and pieces of opening and closing statements, and bits and pieces. But if you, I don't know how the sound is.
And well, and the
But we will
sound
find
I'm
out.
referring to is, they were doing wiretaps and, I believe there was a sting operation where they attempted to see if, uh, they had pretty clearly linked the family to, at least money payments because, the matriarch wrote checks to Miss, Magbanua. Look, whatever Katherine, the, side chick.
Yeah.
For, services rendered from the dental office, uh,
Mm,
in theory. So they had money
mm,
going to this, Catherine woman, who was the link for, Sigfredo and
mm,
Luis, who were the gunmen. So they arranged for a informant or an undercover cop to drop something
mm,
off to Catherine, just meet up with her while he was wired and said, "Hey, I have something, I know you're taking care of Catherine. I want you to take care of my friends who are also in jail," that kind of thing. But I think there's more audio and more, wiretaps that they've cleaned up audio for that. So I think
mm,
they were waiting for that, is what I've
mm.
heard.
Okay.
I've been trying to catch up on this case while on, like, NyQuil and DayQuil, so I will be going
Mm.
back. I will be making the murder board tonight and have that video ready for the morning so you guys can go through that and hopefully get a little
Yay.
bit less
Mm.
confused, more
Yeah.
confused, who knows? It's my
Yeah.
handwriting, we never
And
know.
and Hannah LK, do you know if there is any coverage of their two former trials? Yes, there is. There is Law and Seawood coverage of it, and this trial on Court TV. For some odd reason, they are calling it the Dentist Mastermind trial. And I can say lots of things about Charlie Adelson. Mastermind is not one of them.
Yeah, he
And
didn't yeah, if you are going to pick, someone your,
mm,
somewhat girlfriend who has fairly dubious
mm,
connections is
mm,
possibly the easiest and first person that they're going to pick. And then joking about it to
mm,
your sister and your sister having loose lips about everything.
yeah. And yes, this is going to trial this week. Here is the court docket uh, for courtroom schedule. It's Judge Everett. So we have felony jury selections Monday through Wednesday, and then the jury trial will begin Thursday. They might be done earlier the with the jury selection. We never know, but they won't start the trial earlier because of that. So yes, it is going to be this week that the trial starts.
Well, somewhat girlfriend, they were seeing each other, but he was also seeing many other people. So I don't know that they were
Yeah,
exclusive in their
mm.
ex
Yeah.
exclusiveness
He's the billionaire version of Guterres Jr., so to speak, but without the kids
that we know of.
that we know of. Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, it's all the tawdry.
Mm. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Jesus
And it's sad
Christ.
to say, but I am nice to have a trial with a possible alleged jerk off. Like no kids,
Yeah.
no nothing. Someone that, okay, if you prove I'm guilty, I'm not going to be terribly upset. You know,
Mm.
if the state has the
Yeah.
evidence.
Mm. Yeah. And they do have the two prior trials to work on. They have because What? She's trying to escape. No, I have my construction workers here.
Oh, well, that's okay. Thor and Fry are trying to establish dominance, and Thor's finally bigger than Fry. Or no, Fry's finally bigger than Thor, but Fry still
Hmm.
remembers being smaller than Thor. So it's a that
What
and
the?
it's just it is what it.
I wasn't expecting this now. I mean, it's past 6 p.m. here. Okay.
Nicholas, welcome to my life, where everything happens as soon as you start to stream. Where it's like, Fry Thor grudge match,
mm,
whatever happens. Thor is
nice
currently
cover.
cowering, or no, Fry is currently
Nobody.
cowering under my legs, waiting for Thor to go out of the room.
Nobody is trying to escape.
Well, as far as we know.
Yeah, and as per usual, share the links on social media, on your social media. That would be much appreciated, so we get the watcher count up and everything. And yeah, thumbs up everywhere. You know what to do. I have. Have you seen my new merch, Mo? I will try to.
No, like I said, I missed Sunday, and that's like a year in internet time.
Let's see here. Hold on while I try to. I have so many tabs up. It's ridiculous.
I understand. I need to get like at least 3 monitors.
Hold on. Dun dun dun. Oh,
And thank you, Gigi, for putting the link in. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I love Gigi. She's always on top of it. And I'm so glad she's back and feeling better.
I will actually pin that at the moment.
Oh, I have a mug somewhere. I think my daughter stole it, even though I told her not to. Because she's Oh no, I have it here. It's my dry erase or wet erase, because I use wet erase on the big murder board.
Yeah, it's very fitting, the cluster F. No, I made these tank tops.
Ooh.
Because
for winter.
I'm a Swedish redneck. Yeah, I'm a Swedish redneck, and there's something about females in tank tops that is and the female Viking crew.
Good idea.
Yeah.
I know.
And then I also so I have this flowy one, and I also have this razorback. Because
Good idea.
because why not? Because why not? But if you want your own.
I'm still trying to figure out how to make a PG no college, only work with your hand job kind of a t-shirt that you can wear and not get arrested.
It's manual. Yeah. For all you who have kids who tend to logically rearrange words, it's called manual labor, not hand jobs. Oh, yeah.
No, did you hear about the Smurfs explosion? Like, just I can't.
No, I haven't heard of the Smurfs explosion. Please tell.
Yesterday, they went out into the woods, and it's kind of this little. It's not even a real woods. It's like maybe a little grove of trees in our backyard, but it's the teen hangout of the neighborhood. So when the boys go out there, before we let them go, we had to talk with them like teenagers hang out there. If you find anything like spray paint cans or anything, don't mess with them. So what did they do? They found a spray paint can, and they decided to drop rocks on it and throw things at it until it exploded.
Oh no.
And everyone was fine, but Griffin came in looking like he had been in the middle of a Smurf explosion. Like, just blue splatter everywhere. and tried to explain to me how this definitely happened just while he was swinging, and there was in no way had they done anything wrong. There was just a spontaneous Smurfsplosion, and no one was playing with anything. That how dare I accuse them of playing with spray paint cans because I could just smell it, and he had a
Mm,
Smurfsplosion look, and, you know, it
mm,
was just so then we had to,
yeah.
be the meanest parents
Mm,
ever and explain how dangerous it was, and then chats in there like, "Hey, if you light something on fire, this, that, and the other can turn into a rocket." I'm like, "Chat, we are not giving my feral children any ideas of how
mm,
to work with propellant
mm,
cans."
yeah. And Hannah says Värmlänningar equals Swedish rednecks. Yes. I grew up very rurally in Sweden, and just to, I've told this before, but if you're completely new here, how do you know you live in redneck country? Well, in my neck of the woods, a person dressed in a leopard loincloth, carrying a canoe, while eagerly pleasuring himself, was caught around a recycling station. Because why not?
Well, I mean,
And
you're
when the cops,
recycling, he's helping Greta Thunberg would be so excited. I
yeah,
mean, are you sure that lawyer for
mm,
the Long Island Beach isn't from your neck of the woods? Because nothing matched on him. I have no idea,
yeah,
except the
yeah,
scrunchie that matched his shirt. But other than
mm,
that, I have no idea.
mm, yeah. And the fun part because when the cops got there, he still had an yeah, but he was only scratching himself. Jesus Christ! Stop trying to escape. Um,
I've got a
who
grudge
gave?
match between
Who gave? Who gave?
it puts the
Who
lotion on
brought
its skin
the
or else it
angle
explodes
grinder?
again. And I've
Yeah,
got,
but
Fry and
the
Thor getting
yeah
mad about who's gonna be
the fun
the
part.
actual pet
Mm,
sidekick.
yeah, yes, leopard long cloth was caught carrying a canoe. Very important detail when they
As
caught
you
him. And
do.
here's the thing about that neck of the woods is that happened roughly 30 minutes, 45 minutes from where I grew up, which means I either know him or I'm related to him.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say Thanksgiving, but you probably don't celebrate Thanksgiving, so y Christmas
No,
time, you'll get that
I'm very
note.
thankful for that. We do have family gathering because where else to find a wife? I mean,
Well,
um,
I was thinking you'll get those mimeographed letters or those letters where mom tries to lie about what was going on in the family, like and Cletus is finding himself, he's exploring new options, in
yeah,
exhibitionism, um, but the law disagrees
yeah,
with a lot of his beliefs, but we're working on it.
yeah. Well, in my year in high school, or our high school, we had roughly 60 students. We had maybe six last names among those 60 students.
That's about right.
You could look at the picture of the entire class and just, they look oddly similar.
Well, it is it it swings and round see, the more you think we're different, the more we're the same. Rednecks
Yep.
everywhere, world peace forever. Rednecks unite
Oh,
for world peace.
yeah. I mean, when you listen in on some, I mean, in the late 80s, early 90s, all of a sudden, a guy named Jeff Foxworthy showed up telling about American jokes, and you feel, okay, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, okay. But we are here for a trial, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
This is
yeah.
why you invited me, I remember.
That was always a family reunion. Yeah.
Oh, Ghost Street, that is a good idea. Just a guy with a loincloth, canoe, Viking. Just
Yeah, Viking rednecks unite, and then man in a leopard loincloth carrying a canoe. Yeah, I can see that happening. I can see that happening.
I mean, I've already signed I'm working on making a GoFundMe for Sean King to go to all areas of conflict to work on, peace as he got 2
Yeah.
hostages out, according to himself in self-promotion.
Mm. Yeah, but we are here. But I thought we would start with a bit of the background, if we can
Good
get to the
idea.
actual trial.
We're here for a trial?
Yeah, I was told so. There, okay. Democrat staff writer Sean Rossman. Okay, but this is very. I've read through this, and they are very thorough. And thank you, Rabbit. Stop to hit the like. Yay! Yeah, do that everywhere. Hit the like button. YouTube's like that. Okay, so let's start here. Florida State University law professor Dan Markel returned home from a September 2012 business trip to find his wife of 6 years, his 2 young boys, and most of the couple's possessions gone from his Barron Hills home. While he was away, his then wife and fellow FSU College and law professor Wendy Adelson moved out of the house, taking the toddlers with the help of her parents. Divorce paperwork dated September 5th, 2012, before Markel had left for his trip, sat on what used to be the couple's shared bed. She left no address where she and the children were, court filings said. Yeah, we're off to a good start here. He comes home after a business trip just to find everything gone.
Yeah, that's and he had no I mean, as far as I could find out, and as I said, I didn't get into a whole deep dive yet, but as far as I can find out, he had really no idea that she was planning this, wanting to leave.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, marital differences and stuff like that. But she was not only leaving, she would take the kids, leave no address,
yeah,
and
so yeah.
yeah, and a lot of other things. Oh, there's the happy couple.
Yeah,
I
and she is
looking at
also a
that
lawyer,
picture,
so
yeah, yeah, exactly. They are both law professors. I mean, you would assume they would handle the law.
yeah.
Looking at this picture, I'm well. She's the wealthy one. I'll just say stop at that.
Yeah. N
22 months later, at the same Trescott Drive house the couple bought in 2007 and where they raised their sons, Markel will be shot in the head while sitting in his black Honda Accord in the garage. Police would use the keys still in the ignition to gain access to the empty home. The next day, July 19th, the 41-year-old died. 2 years later, Tallahassee police and FBI investigators point to the couple's sparky divorce. Yeah. And the wealthy family's eagerness to move the children to South Florida as the motive for the crime. In the arrest affidavit for 34-year-old Sigfredo Garcia, a North Miami man charged with first-degree murder in Markel's death, details of the divorce are listed under the heading Motive for Murder. Markel called his family's exodus a plundering and his worst nightmare in divorce filings. He likened it to infamous military attacks, a Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home, part of a Pearl Harbor-style separation. Yeah, there's really nothing coming back from that, is there? Yeah. Once you say
no.
those words, yeah. But I don't think he started out that. I know he didn't
No,
start out
and
with those words.
well, and the big thing to remember is that, the murder happened after the judge ruled against, Wendy, the mother, moving to
Mm.
South Florida. because she
Yeah.
wanted to take the boys all the way to where her parents were, which was 400 miles south of where the father
Mm.
was, where there was an established routine. And Dan said,
Mm.
"No, I want to be in my kid's
Yeah.
life. This is ridiculous." And the court sided with the father. Well, that was not okay. She was going to
Mm.
move,
Yeah. Yeah, she
allegedly.
kind of made that clear, allegedly. She kind of made that clearly when she left and took everything. More or less, if it was nailed to the ceiling, the walls, and the floor, then she didn't take it with her. But more or less the rest of it. Uh, Adelson, court documents filed by Markel, said, took whatever furniture and belongings she wanted for herself and the boys. No pajama bottoms, no diapers, no wipes, not even the elder son's bed remained at the house. All that was left was a crib mattress on the floor. She also took Markel's tennis racket and family jewelry and removed hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and equities from their bank and investment accounts. And remember here, she is part of a family that is worth $35 billion.
Yeah, this is not to mention she was trying to take the extra step of removing the Markel name and changing
Mm,
the boy's last name to Adelson. That
mm,
is she wanted to completely delete him, figuratively at
yeah,
that point from their
mm,
life. And
yeah,
in looking at it, and like I said, I haven't done a deep dive yet, but there doesn't seem to be an impetus from the 0 to 100 where she just there doesn't seem to be a reason that she
yeah,
goes from, like, happy marriage to, "I hate you,
mm,
I wanna give my kids,"
mm,
"I wanna delete you from my kid's life pretty much. I wanna kind of annul
yeah,
our marriage." I know annulling is a
yeah,
Catholic thing, but
mm,
to remove his name
mm.
from his last name is
Yeah, that's kind of important. And I can't help but reading through all this. Uh, I haven't heard her voice at all. I only know from that picture what she used to look like. I have the notion that every sentence from her mouth starts with "Ree."
she's very so I watched a little bit of court TV trying to get a handle on certain things, and I still can't figure out how to say, Magbanua, I think is how they pronounced it.
Yeah.
She was a witness in Magbanua's trial, uh,
Mm,
but, when she was on the stand, she was very coy about, like, "Okay, so this is your divorce decree. Was it an acrimonious divorce?" "Well, I mean, Dan didn't wanna get a divorce." I mean, it was just
mm.
very, like, looking through the, "Is this your divorce decree?" "Well, I don't know if this is my divorce decree." It was just very coy,
Yeah.
very kind of flippant. She was not going in knowing I'm already biased against her because I think she had maybe a more than a little bit into it. It
Yeah.
she did not portray herself well if you were wanting to go in and say, "Hey, I'm innocent. I know this looks bad, but my family
Yeah.
had nothing to do with it." She definitely looked
Mm.
coy, calculating, and rather flippant on the stand.
Yeah. I haven't seen those things yet, but I've read up about it, about interviews being under seal and everything, and there are a lot of moving parts here. And Mads, was there another man in the picture? Uh, I don't know. Not that I
As
know of.
Not that I know of. I mean, I've watched several interviews, and as far as I know, she's not dating anymore or not dating anyone
Mm.
currently. Um, but
Yeah.
who knows? I'm not gonna look at her social media or anything. I think that's not the kinda deep dive I do, but
Mm,
I
but
figure come out.
mm,
I wanna look at stuff that's gonna come out in trial, not
yeah,
kind of
and
her Instagram-y stuff.
yeah. I mean, if you can't do it, teach. So law professors and
Okay, good to know.
yeah, and we've all heard about the Stanford law professors. There are a bunch of them that are complete cluster Fs. You have the
True.
FTX. What's his name? The pubic hair
Oh,
man.
Sam
Uh,
Friedman
Sam
something or
Sam Bankman-Fried.
oh, yeah.
Both his parents are law professors at Stanford, tenured.
Oh,
And
Lord.
yeah,
Do you think someone would have
yeah.
helped give him some legal advice at any point?
Billionaire had a prenuptial agreement. Oh, we're getting. They will write about it here. Let's continue here. For weeks, Markel said Adelson gave no correct information on where the boys lived. He would later learn Adelson and the children moved to her parents' Coral Springs home. With the boys, the jewelry, and furniture went all evidence of the once happy union. The couple married in 2006 in a ceremony at Congregation Boca Raton. She was a promising law student from Coral Springs. He the young up-and-coming law professor from Toronto. Oh, he's Canadian.
Yes, he is Canadian, and he, did a lot of international study, like, he went to Cambridge
Mm,
and, Israel and a bunch of different places to study internationally, I think.
mm, yeah.
His mom actually
Had
gives a really good interview on Law and Crime if you wanna listen to it, just from, like, the
okay.
family side of the victim.
Mm. Uh, their New York Times wedding announcement said Adelson, then 26, was a third-year law student at the University of Miami. By that time, she had earned a master's degree in international relations from the University of Cambridge. So she also Cambridge and graduated magna cum laude from Brandeis University. Okay, so these two are highly educated people. I mean, they must have spent a fortune. Well, yeah, she could afford it. Markel, then 33, was already teaching criminal law at FSU, the announcement said. He studied politics and philosophy at Harvard before earning a master's degree in philosophy from Cambridge. He then went to Harvard Law School and became an editor of the Harvard Law Review. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. I mean, yeah, an editor there, there's maybe a handful of them every year. And
Yeah, from what I could research, I mean, he seemed to be a stand-up guy. I couldn't
mm,
find a whole lot that, people were upset with or, he
mm,
was a bad professor or he didn't know his stuff. I mean, I was trying to find a reason she just, you know, got upset or who the hell knows? I was just trying to figure out
my
why she
internet
went
is
from,
acting
like,
up.
happy marriage to yoink.
Did I or Mo freeze?
I have no idea.
Something froze up here.
Okay.
I think it is me. I have too many tabs and everything,
Okay.
and yeah, stuff like that.
Well,
Well,
Veilhammer says we're okay, but
mm, mm, okay. Editor at Harvard Law Review can lend you a nice. Yeah, as Mad says first. Yeah,
well,
mm, yeah. Maybe the freeze up was only at my end here. But if you all can hear and see, good for me. After graduating from law school in 2001, he joined the FSU College of Law faculty in 2005 as an assistant professor. He was tenured in 2010 and was promoted to full professor in 2012. Adelson was a clinical law professor at Jesus Christ, that's very high up there. By that time, the couple's marriage was crumbling. Court filings made on behalf of Adelson said she'd been very unhappy. She filed for divorce on September 10th, 2012, and it became final with a marital settlement agreement on July 31st, 2013, just less than a year before Markel was killed. The agreement included a 50-50 custody agreement and shared parental guidelines. Markel would have to pay Adelson $841 per month, as well as a $120,000 lump sum payment. He had to pay her the inheritance of billions. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, he got the house, investment accounts, vehicles, and other property. He got the house. Investment accounts, vehicles, and other property were divided between the two. Well, she already cleaned him out, so I would assume she had to pay some of it back. But
Yeah, and I think that was not looked on. There's something, and I have to do deeper research, but she was facing sanctions for something in right around the time that the court denied her motion to move the kids.
mm,
She was also facing sanctions, so she was
mm,
doing some shenanigans somewhere, and I will find out where she was facing sanctions.
mm,
She claims to work now in immigration law. So I don't know
mm.
how she got to be a professor in clinical law. I I don't
No,
know.
he was a professor in clinical criminal
I
law.
thought she was a prof I thought he was a
Yeah.
professor in criminal law and she was in clinical, but maybe I'm
Uh, okay, yeah. Adelson was a clinical law professor at FCU. Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
so I know that she was facing sanctions, so I don't know if that was maybe because she pulled that fast one
Mm,
when she
yeah.
knew that she shouldn't do those things as a lawyer already, but let's just say
Mm,
her ethics have come into question before and leave it at
yeah.
that, allegedly in Minecraft.
Mm. But the official end of the marriage proved to be the beginning of more vitriol. Subsequent court filings showed that they tussled over everything: financial disclosures, family heirlooms, signing the boys up for soccer, snacks at McDonald's, how often they Skyped their dad, kindergarten plans. Yeah, they were doing the gritty part of every single detail. The war waged in back-and-forth court motions, peppered with personal and moral attacks. While their attorneys filed them, the couple's scholarly pedigrees were evident in the documents, which was layered, dense with case law, and full of venom. Yeah, 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 I would assume
Their
so.
lawyers were like, "I'll just keep myself on retainer.
Yeah, and
Just keep those
you're
checks
right, I
coming."
will clean it up so you don't get charged with anything. Yeah. The real turmoil centered on where to raise the couple's children. Police say email evidence indicates Adelson's parents, particularly her mother Donna Adelson, wanted her daughter to coerce Markel into allowing the boys to move to South Florida. A month and a half before the divorce was final, Adelson's attorney asked that she and the boys be permitted to relocate to Coral Springs. Adelson argued the boys would have familial support there because much of her extended family lived in the area. Also, she was offered a position at the South Florida law firm that offered more pay and opportunity for advancement. In the filing, Adelson appeared intent to gain majority custody of the children, saying she does not believe that the 50-50 time-sharing arrangement is in the children's best interest. The husband travels a great deal and has not been the primary caretaker of the children. The filing noted it was always the intent of Markel and Adelson to move to South Florida because Markel, a devout Jew, wanted to live in a bigger city with larger Jewish community than Tallahassee's. But much to Adelson's displeasure, her motion to move said she was now stuck in Tallahassee until Markel decides that the time is right for him to leave. In addition, she alleged he made life at the law school difficult by telling her colleagues she had mental health issues and had stolen money from him. Well, mental health issues can be disputed. stolen money from him. Well, yeah, not entirely untrue, perhaps, allegedly. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew that Markel would not, the filing said. He simply is having difficulty accepting her decision. Well, well,
Again, if you go on a trip and then you come home and your wife has cleaned you out, I think you'd be a little bit shocked.
yeah, simply difficulty accepting her decision. Yeah, but here's the thing: when you're married, it's not just one person's decision that is. I mean, I don't know the home situation. I don't know anything about it. But if you clean out the accounts and leave with only a note on the bed,
Bed.
yeah, you don't really have the moral high ground.
And you take family heirlooms that are his. Like, okay, if she was just going to take the kids' stuff,
Mm,
maybe. But you
yeah,
take his family's jewelry and then make it an issue for him to get his stuff back, his family stuff, that's where you go into petty line to me. That and tit for tat. All your kids are seeing is this ridiculous fight you guys are having over stuff, and it's always started by the mom. And at some point, these kids, these boys are gonna see how much the mom was the catalyst in all this,
yeah.
and, regardless of whatever story she's crafted, to make herself look like the victim, at some point, they are definitely going to it this
I
is
mean
on the internet.
I mean,
They are going to
this is 9 years ago. The murder. They divorced in 2013 when they were toddlers, which for me
yeah,
says 2-3 years, something like that.
yeah,
That would mean they are teenagers now, almost, but at least pre-teens, and they are starting to. Okay, why is Daddy gone? I mean, yeah,
yeah, the thing is that you can only shield your kids for so long until they're going to ask, those hard questions like, "Why is dad gone? What happened?
yeah,
Why were you so mad at him?" Things like that, and you have to explain to your kids
yeah.
hard
Why
adult things.
why is Uncle Charlie? Why was Uncle Charlie prosecuted for murder of our dad? I mean,
Yeah, it's going to I feel bad. I feel so bad for these kids, and I feel bad for Dan's family who have had to deal with this for forever. This will be the 3rd trial that
mm,
they've sat through.
yeah, and there will probably be more in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah,
there will be more, and with money comes the ability to do legal shenanigans to drag this
mm,
on.
yeah. But Mads brings up a good point. But she has had years to poison the kids against their father. Yeah, if he was still alive, that would be something I could see. But now he's gone, and this is the third person who is being charged with his murder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a bit harder to sweep under the rug.
and what I think is possibly going to happen is like when you get out into the real world and then you start learning
Mm.
things,
Yeah, I mean
eh, once
the
once
aid.
they get out of her sphere, once they go to college and then they can
Yeah,
start questioning things,
mm,
that is
I
gonna
mean
be so hard.
yeah, and if you Google the Adelson name, most of it now is old fortunes. After this trial, it might be because so far the people being charged and tried and convicted are not Adelsons. Now they are charging the first Adelson.
Yeah, and they were not criminal I mean, again, Donna, the mother who was
Mm,
trying to coerce, she wrote a check to Katherine Magbanua, or
mm,
however you say her last name. So it is the Adelson family. They own the mother and father work at the Dental Institute,
Mm.
which is a very swanky dental institute, and that's where this particular branch of the family
Yeah,
kind of centers their fortune.
yeah. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's get through. Markel challenged
Sorry.
the motion, saying it was vague, filled with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept. I think he used other words, but they cleaned it up. He
I
asked
gotta
it.
love it. He just returned the motion with a bunch of red lines and put an F on it. Please have
uh,
parents sign return.
mm. He asked the judge to what cost to him and took shots at the Adelson family. Adelson's affluent parents, his motion said, were bankrolling her litigation. If costs weren't awarded to Markel, the vexatious and groundless litigation would persist and inhibit the parents from raising the children together. Leon County Circuit Judge Barbara Hobbs denied Adelson's request to leave because she could not prove the location would be in the best interest of the boys. The parents, it was ordered, would stick to a temporary parenting schedule according to the plan. The boys were to be with Markel the July week. He would end up being shot in the head. 5 months before he be killed, on Valentine's Day 2014, Markel went on the offensive. That day, he filed a 14-page motion to enforce financial provisions on the couple's marital settlement agreement. Markel claimed Adelson filed a false and misleading financial disclosure form that shorted her assets by more than $240,000. He also said she raided the couple's safe deposit box, taking a 2-carat diamond ring belonging to Markel's late great aunt, a Holocaust survivor. Ooh. Yeah. Once that gets into the court filings, yeah. You don't want to be sued over a Holocaust survivor's ring.
No.
That not yeah, it doesn't matter if you're yourself is or Jewish. Yeah, because that can have effect on the entire Jewish community. Because stealing heirlooms has a ring to it from World War II that were the Swiss banks and stuff like that. Yeah, it has a bad smell to it. Especially if it is a jury trial. Adelson, his filing said, was not a helpless character in this drama, and she helped herself to over $600,000 in cash, liquid equities, and other assets upon separation. Her wealthy parents, he contended, placed her in a financial cocoon, and by paying her legal fees, she was able to take the most aggressive and unsubstantiated legal postures possible. If she wanted to leave the marriage because she fell out of love, that is one thing, the motion said, but she could have done so without also taking more than the necessities so that a proper and fair distribution could have immediately followed. Adelson's attorney fired back a month later with a request to dismiss Markel's claim. In it, she called his motion a sham pleading, filled with scandalous allegations. It accused Markel of paying only $50,000 of the $120,000 he owed Adelson under the terms of the settlement. Markel's pleading only proved that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past his dissolution and continues to dredge up his emotion regarding this divorce, her response said.
Oh my gosh, we need to read these motions. I have a feeling they would be just
Yeah, but now we have enough background to why there were motive, so to speak, involved. Because, yeah, the divorce, yeah, the boys, but now
What I
he's
am shocked
that.
about is that the court did
Mm,
side with the father in this one,
yeah.
because most of the time, family courts are lock, stock, barrel
Mm,
momisms, you know? So the fact that the court, took the time and said, "Hey, no, we're not gonna just move these children. We're gonna stick with this. They're, they have a home base here. They're, grounded here. We're not gonna move them. Let's let cooler heads prevail and continue to do what you guys were supposed to be doing and hammer this out.
Yeah.
I did find that very interesting.
But let's move on to this one. Law Professor murder trial. That's the first trial in 2019. The prosecution's opening statement. So now we can get to the things, all the things.
Okay, and this is the trial for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Riviera, the two men that actually shot him?
This was Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua.
Okay.
The other guy, he might have pled out.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. And where is my... No, not that one. Law and Seaward. Where are my... Somewhere around there. Somewhere around there. And let's play the opening statements.
We'll start with the state of Florida.
May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury, good morning. The evidence in this case will...
Oh, for the love of goodness.
Hold on a second. And... swoop. That makes it easier to chapter it up later. All right, so now this is the opening statements from the first trial 2019.
Okay.
Show that at 11 a.m. on July 18th, 2014, Jim Geiger is with his wife and grandchildren at his home on Trescott Drive when he hears a noise that sounds like a gunshot. He goes to a large bay window at the front of his residence and looks outside toward his neighbor's house. And he observes what appears to be a light-colored Prius or Prius-type vehicle back quickly out of his neighbor's driveway and take off toward Benton Road. Concerned, Mr. Geiger walks out his front door and walks in the direction of his neighbor's residence. His neighbor is Dan Markel. Seeing that Mr. Markel's vehicle is running in the garage, he's thinking, well, maybe Mr. Markel's about to back out. So he kind of goes back to his house, but he kind of keeps an eye on the driveway. When Mr. Markel does not back out after a couple moments, Mr. Geiger goes over to do some further investigation. And that is when he sees a terrible sight. His neighbor, Dan Markel, behind the wheel with a terrible wound to his head. There is shattered glass everywhere. Mr. Markel is seated in the driver's seat. He's alive, he's moving, he's still groaning, but he's not able to talk. He's not responsive, and he's obviously in distress. Mr. Geiger, seeing this, runs home for his phone and calls 911. That call came in at 11:01 a.m. in broad daylight. First responders arrived to find 41-year-old Dan Markel unresponsive. He's taken to the hospital where he survives for some time, I think about 14 hours before he is officially pronounced deceased. Dan Markel, father of two young boys and highly respected attorney at law and professor at the Florida State University College of Law, was shot twice in the head in his own garage in broad daylight. Who would do such a thing? Nothing seems to be missing from the crime scene. There's no sign of a forced entry or a robbery attempt. How do you begin to investigate a case like this? What clues did the killers leave behind? Well, thanks to our 911 caller, we know that the suspect vehicle is a light-colored Prius. And there's a second 911 call as well. You'll learn that Mr. Markel was on the phone at the time he was murdered, and the person that he was on the phone with heard Markel say, "Hold on a moment, there's someone in my driveway I don't recognize." Then the line went dead and the man was unable to reach Mr. Markel again, so he called 911. So we learned from that the person that murdered Mr. Markel was a stranger to him. It was someone he did not recognize. An inquiry into Dan Markel's movements that morning revealed that he dropped his 2 young sons off at daycare at about 8:50 a.m., then went to work out at Premier Gym, and then was killed shortly upon his return home from the gym. Law enforcement obtained surveillance from the gym and later surveillance from a city bus. So there are cameras mounted to city buses, and they got surveillance from the city buses along the route that they think this Prius might have traveled, along the route that they think Mr. Markel would have traveled between the gym and his residence. And they discover something ominous on this surveillance footage. A light-colored Prius, which they deduced from this surveillance was silver pine mica, that's the exact color, which appears to follow Dan Markel into the gym parking lot at 9:11 a.m. on the morning of his death. The Prius waits in the parking lot for Mr. Markel to work out, which is approximately an hour. And then the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the parking lot at about 10:38 a.m. The Prius was also observed on a surveillance camera from the city bus, which narrows the time of Mr. Markel's death even further, because we see that Prius on a bus both before, minutes before, and then moments after the murder as well, fleeing at a high rate of speed north on Thomasville Road towards the interstate. And you will observe these surveillance videos and learn a few things from these images that were captured about our suspect vehicle. You'll learn the exact color of the Prius, silver pine mica, the approximate year of the vehicle, the fact that the vehicle had a black aftermarket side mirror attached to it, a missing tow hook cover, which is just a little round circle on the front bumper of the vehicle, and a SunPass transponder mounted to the front of the windshield. Also in
wife or ex-wife is not charged yet. They have this. We are waiting for the third trial to start. First trial was against the Pew Pew guy and the woman who was the middle hand. The Pew Pew guy was convicted. There was a hung jury on the middle man or middle woman. She was then charged again in 2022, convicted. She is now listed as a witness against Charlie Adelson, whose trial will begin Thursday. So we are doing recaps now just to get everybody up to speed what is going on.
Yes, because it is a large case. I will work on the pre-murder board tonight, and then I should have a video out in the morning. By the time that we get into this tomorrow by noon, I should have one out after Newsy News. So
one of the images from the city bus captured after the murder, you will see the presence of what appears to be a driver in a dark colored shirt and a passenger in a light colored shirt. That becomes important because later when we have 2 suspects develop, we find an ATM video that shows in Pembroke Pines, Florida, on the same day of the murder, a silver pine mica Prius at an ATM with our 2 suspects pictured inside, and you'll see those images as well. So meanwhile, law enforcement's gathering these surveillance images, trying to get information about the suspects and the vehicle that might be involved in this murder. While they're doing that, they're simultaneously trying to learn more about Dan Markel.
I will do my absolute best to cover this week, and next week I will cover it live. Week after that, if it is a very, very, very long trial, I might do recaps, and maybe Mo can pick up when I can't.
Yes, and I will try to do second chair because you guys know that I do transport, so I am good being second chair on this one. But I will try to pick up where Nick can't do that. If it goes into the third week, I will just plan on doing that. But yeah, I'm
yeah, because trial 1 and trial 2 were both, I think, 9 days. 9 trial days. But since this is one of the Adelsons, this might take longer.
Yeah, and you know how Mr. Mo was like, "Oh, we had a fire at my work," and then he waits a little bit, and then he said, "Oh, I'm okay."
Ghostly, someone tell me how a Prius can be described as a high rate of speed vehicle. Well, they are very fast, 0 to 30. Then the
It's
top speed
better.
might not be so big.
It's better than my Ford Fusion, which I say goes 0 to 60 in 3 weeks. So you know.
Oh, my Saab has a bit better.
I call it my Ford F-it, but that's just
Yeah.
myself.
My Saab 9.5 original is 190 horsepower, and allegedly, if you tune it, it can go up to 270 horsepower.
Oh, I need
Allegedly,
to know.
but it's a 2 metric ton car, so it needs the power.
My Transit will go fast, but that's because it's pulling a lot of people.
Yeah, it goes to stealthy fast, technically. Yeah, it's always fun to be. I was last year. I was driving in Germany, and of course, I went on the autobahn. And it's always fun to pass a BMW in a Saab. And he didn't want to be overtaken. Yeah. Trial, not cars. Trial.
Oh yeah.
Markel's
I
life,
was like,
who
squirrel.
is close to him, who might have a motive to want him dead. Law enforcement meets with Markel's ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, whereby they learn that she has been embroiled in a very contentious divorce and continued litigation with Mr. Markel regarding the enforcement of the divorce settlement agreement and specifically the custody of their 2 boys. Pleadings from the divorce indicate that Wendy Adelson had made efforts to relocate to South Florida. She'd actually moved to South Florida with the kids, and a court ordered her on June 20th, 2013, that she had to come back to Tallahassee. She couldn't leave with Mr. Markel's children. Emails between Wendy Adelson and her mother, Donna Adelson, that occur around the time of this litigation, about 1 year before the murder, indicate that Donna Adelson despised Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and these 2 kids to move down to where she was located in South Florida. Donna Adelson in these emails refers to Dan Markel as a religious zealot, a bastard. She says, let's show this F blank, 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 what will make him absolutely miserable, and proposes a plan of action for how to threaten and or bully and or bribe Dan Markel into allowing Wendy to move to South Florida with the children. These plans included converting the children to Catholicism, even though the entire family was Jewish. All the Adelsons were Jewish as well. But this suggestion was a way to gain leverage against Mr. Markel.
Okay.
Okay. Why?
I did not expect that.
What in the douchery? Look, these are 2 little children. You are all adult people. These are little children that you, in theory, love and are supposed to protect. Could you take your giant uber egos out of it and just think of the kids for once? I mean, I understand you have your heads so far up your own hind ends that you're breathing your own farts and such, and that might be detrimental to your health. But what the actual hell?
Yeah.
These people are ridiculous.
If the Adelsons are Jewish, Merkel
Yes.
is Jewish, and she was prepared to convert herself and her kid to a different religion just despite her ex-husband. For me, that would be if that was
That's
a
a
motion, if
level.
that was in a motion to the court. Look, judge, what she is trying to do she is not a proper parent. I think there's a good chance,
He
well,
could have
at least
gotten
a
full
chance,
custody.
yeah, that he could be going for it if he found out about it. Gee,
Well, I mean, so here's the other thing is that, again, as far as I know, and I'm not a Judaism expert, but Judaism is passed through the mother,
Yeah.
the matriarchal lineage, as far as I know.
Mm.
So you are going to take away these children's heritage just to screw over your husband? It just, at any point, did anyone say, "Hey, there are kids here"? Of course they didn't, because we are here. But for the love of all that is Cheetos.
That's just that's that's evil.
This is pure evil. And
Yeah.
the fact that she now has had these children and has gotten to poison them against, this guy was a good dad. This guy wanted to be in his kid's life. This is so sick. I am so sick and tired of seeing this.
Yeah.
And not all women, hashtag not all, but
Yeah.
you see this so often where people will use their kids for, if Mads, if, yeah, you're right,
Yeah.
Mads, if
If we
we use,
accept the prosecutor's words, but I would assume they have receipts for this.
yeah, I mean, she is kind of dressed in like she's going into the Matrix for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a full turtleneck, but I'm glad she isn't wearing a full turtleneck, because full turtlenecks are only for cartoon evil people.
I take that back. She looks like she's getting ready to go into a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible movie.
Yeah. Yeah. She looks like Fed in a movie.
Well, she's dressed her. You dress for the job you want, not the job
Yeah.
you have.
Let's continue.
Back to the trial.
Back to the trial.
Because Dan Markel was very observant in his faith, and it was very important to him that his children be raised in an environment that observed and was committed to the Jewish faith. The divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final back on July 31st of 2013, but as I mentioned, the litigation continued as both sides filed pleadings back and forth in reference to alleged violations of the divorce agreement, in reference to child custody, and specifically one of the last pleadings filed prior to Dan Markel's murder is in reference to Wendy Adelson's mother, his mother-in-law, Donna Adelson. And in this pleading, he alleged that the children's grandmother, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to the kids. And he was petitioning the court to order that Donna Adelson not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with his children, her grandchildren. A ruling was never made on that motion because Dan Markel was murdered before the hearing was conducted. Wendy Adelson was interviewed, as I mentioned, and she will tell you that she sure hopes someone didn't do this on her behalf. She will tell you that her brother, Charlie Adelson, who also lives in South Florida with her mother, not with, but in the same area as her mother, Donna Adelson, and her father, Harvey Adelson. She'll tell you that Charlie, quote, looked into hiring a hitman, but decided buying her a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper. And what was her alibi for the murder?
I mean, it
Where
sounds
was
like
she
something
when
I
Dan
would
Markel was
say,
killed?
but I'm not a lawyer. Like, I mean, it sounds like something I would blurt out in an interview with my lawyer there. But again, I'm not a lawyer with like a douchey brother that's going to say something like that, who also looks super duper guilty. So it's kind of one of those things where I wouldn't, it sounds like something Mo would say.
I could hire a hitman, or I can buy you a TV. And yeah, and that might be one of the reasons why they caught the suspects that quick. Because if you are prepared to hire a hitman for the same amount that you buy a TV for, yeah, that's the quality you might get.
Well, and the fact that she made the same it'll come out, she made the statement she was getting her TV repaired at the time that her ex-husband was getting shot, and she told the repairman, "Yeah, I got this TV as a divorce present. My brother looked into killing my husband, but he said the TV was cheaper." I mean, she was telling this joke to everyone, so it
Oh,
wasn't it
yeah, I agree with Ghoster. Everything sounds like the normal tactics of an uber wealthy family. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, we are less than 10 minutes into the state's opening statement, and I
sorry.
want to convict every single one of them.
Yeah, just the fact that they would try to change religions just to be spiteful,
Yeah,
that's where
yeah.
you get me.
Mm.
Not to
No,
mention you have to go to catechism class, and that is
mm,
just hateful to do to a child. Look, I had to sit through it, I'm just saying, it's boring. Maybe they updated it, though.
mm.
I
She has a witness who was present at her home, a repairman who was fixing that very TV, an appointment that was set up by her mother, Donna Adelson. So Wendy's brother, Charlie Adelson, has made references to hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, and now hitmen have murdered Dan Markel. Meanwhile, law enforcement is still putting together more information about the Prius and the killers. They have gotten a search warrant for all the phone numbers that interacted with the cell tower, consistent with people being in the area of Premier Gym at the time that we know they were there. So literally every cell phone that interacted with those towers during that hour period of time. And they cross-referenced all of that data with Mr. Markel and his in-laws. So basically, have any of the phone numbers that appear on that tower around the time that we know the suspects were at the gym been in contact recently with Dan Markel or with his in-laws or with his ex-wife? The purpose of that was to try to see if there was any link there. And combing through all this data and putting it all together was a very tedious task, but they did find one number with a South Florida exchange, which was present both in the area of Premier Gym at the time that the killers were there, and was linked to a single phone call on July 1st, 2014, so about 17 days before the murder. This number that was at Premier Gym from South Florida contacted Harvey Adelson, so the father-in-law of the deceased, husband of Donna Adelson, father of Wendy Adelson. And that number that contacted Harvey Adelson and that was also present at the gym on our date in question belonged to Sigfredo Garcia, the defendant in this case, aka Tuto, Tuto. And an examination of Garcia's call logs showed a frequent contact with another number, which also was present on our what we're calling tower dumps. So all those numbers that interacted with that cell phone tower at Premier at that time. Another number, no connection with the Adelsons that we found, but a frequent caller of Sigfredo Garcia is Luis Rivera.
We do have an Adelson family in Sweden, but with an H in the name. I have no idea if they are related. He is Ulf Adelson is our former Minister of Finances or stuff back in the 90s.
This would have usually I am not for PowerPoints for prosecutors, but with this case, it's almost like she needed a PowerPoint or a whiteboard behind her
mhm,
this is a lot for the jury. I understand it's just opening statements,
mhm,
but you're still introducing, so many characters, so many
mhm,
things. She should have at least had a board up with pictures
mhm.
so she could point to who is who, because
Yeah.
I think it's definitely going to be a little bit hard for the jury to just jump in and try to understand who she's talking to or
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, but for some prosecutors, that is the style they have, and then they bring up all the
Yeah.
boards later on. But I agree, just to have the faces up in connection to each other, that would, and then just, okay, dump, dump, divorce, bump, 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 and here are the connections, and then do all the connections.
That phone number was also present at Premier at the time that our suspect vehicle was there. Luis Rivera's AKA is Tato. So we've got Tudo and Tato. So why would these two guys, Tudo and Tato, with no apparent ties to Tallahassee, be all the way up here from Miami, hanging around the gym at the same time that our suspect Prius was there? Possibly because they're our suspects. They're
Very
the ones
evil gang
inside the
members
Prius.
driving around in a Prius.
So now that we have these suspect phone numbers, we subpoena all the location information from the cell phone providers to show information about Rivera and Garcia's phones. Where were they during the time leading up to the homicide and after the homicide and at the time of the homicide? And what it shows, which you'll get detailed testimony about in the form of digital evidence, is that Rivera and Garcia's phones leave Miami on July 16th, 2014. You'll see their movements up from Miami to Tallahassee. You'll see their movements around Tallahassee, including being in the...
For you who don't know, Sunny Tanner is giving you updates in the chat, because she is actually around that courthouse. She's been in there while they are conducting the jury selections for the trial. So thank you for showing up, and thank you for informing us, Sunny.
area of Premier Gym. And then you'll see that both phones are consistent with having been turned off around the time that the Prius was at Premier Gym waiting for Dan Markel to come out. And both phones remain inactive until about an hour after the murder, where they pop back up, headed southbound on the interstate toward Miami. As a result of this evidence, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia were charged with first-degree murder of Dan Markel. The police work that has just taken me a few minutes to summarize took about 2 years to accomplish. By the time Rivera and Garcia were arrested for this murder, Rivera was in custody on an unrelated federal racketeering charge, which concerned Rivera's affiliation with a criminal street gang. So when we developed these suspects, Rivera's in custody on something else. Ultimately, the state made a deal with Rivera to tell the truth in exchange for a plea to second-degree murder and a 19-year prison sentence to run concurrent or at the same time as his federal sentence. Rivera will tell you that he was hired by his lifelong friend, Sigfredo Garcia, who was hired by his longtime girlfriend and children's mother, Katherine Magbanua, aka Katie, to come to Tallahassee and to kill Dan Markel. Magbanua had an on-again, off-again relationship with Mr. Garcia.
So you have this woman who is both affiliated with gang members and sleeps around with the Adelson family playboy thing. Yeah.
And her name is pronounced Magbanua. You know?
Magbanua. Okay, sure.
Okay, sounds good. I
yeah.
would have never put those sounds together from the... I'm telling you, newsy news, I just highlight. I'm like, nope, I'm not even going to pull. I'm not going to do an ist or a phobe. I'm just going to highlight it, pull a Dave, and pretend the name never existed.
Very many people, when I see names, is that one. But I'm Swedish. I can excuse my lack of knowledge in how to pronounce certain names with that, but not always.
I have nothing. I got nothing. I'm just
Yeah.
like,
No,
I'm a rube. I'm a
yeah,
rube. I like everything with ranch dressing. I can't help you.
yeah. Nobody wants to get accused for hate crimes just because we can't pronounce names.
I know. I don't want to be blocked in the EU.
Mm. Yeah, adel means nobility in Swedish, Danish, and adel, that's the Swedish word for nobility. But I don't know if it has that relations with the name Adelson, because it might mean something completely different in Yiddish. I have no idea.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that deep into it.
Mm.
And during one of the off-again periods, you will learn prior to the murder, during one of these off-again periods with Mr. Garcia, she was seeing somebody else, a wealthy dentist by the name of Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson had a sister in Tallahassee, Wendy Adelson, and Wendy Adelson had a problem, and her problem was named Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was Magbanua, Rivera, and Garcia. Garcia told Rivera that Katherine Magbanua had gotten them a job, and it was a big one. It was going to pay a lot of money. The job was in Tallahassee. Rivera and Garcia made, you'll learn, not one, but 2 trips to Tallahassee. The first trip was about 6 weeks prior to Markel's death, and it was intended to be a murder trip, but it ended up being more of a scouting trip. The murder did not occur. Garcia told Rivera on the way to Tallahassee on that first trip that they were coming up here to do a murder. Garcia showed Mr. Rivera a photograph of who they were coming to kill. He had a piece of paper with a picture of Dan Markel on it and some typed words underneath. He indicated to Rivera that they needed to kill this guy so that his wife could get their kids, and that they were going to be paid $100,000 for the job, with Rivera's cut being $35,000. Rivera bought a gun off the street, and Garcia rented a car for this June trip. Rivera asked Garcia,
Lady, please blow your nose.
I know.
There are, I mean, just before, if you have a cold and you need to speak, blow your nose, have these squirty, get relief, then talk. I mean, yeah. There are ways to get around that, because that's annoying. But, well, she's doing a good read-through of so far, and I'm ready to convict. But I guess we have to listen to the defense as well after we are done with her.
this is the first trip. Rivera asked Garcia who knew that he was going along, who knew he was involved. And Garcia assured him that only Katie knew, Katherine Magbanua.
If she does one of these things, I'm out.
On the way,
I'm just
Garcia
saying.
showed Rivera the piece of paper, and Rivera also overheard several phone calls between Garcia and Magbanua during this first trip, which included Magbanua instructing Garcia about what they needed to do, including things like, make sure you do everything right. Don't do anything stupid. When you are done, call me. Garcia and Rivera got a hotel room here in Tallahassee on this first trip. They did some scouting around the Markel residence, but couldn't get the job done, and ultimately headed back to Miami.
Yeah.
Or
6 weeks later, the 2 returned to Tallahassee in the
roguish.
green Prius rented by Luis Rivera in Miami, Florida. They brought the same gun that was present on the first trip, the one that Luis Rivera bought off the street, and that ultimately becomes the murder weapon. On this trip, they spend 2 nights in Tallahassee, again scouting around the Markel residence, attempting to follow Mr. Markel. And you'll hear, Katherine Magbanua previously instructed them not to do anything stupid. And her reasoning for that will be evidenced by some of the activity that they get up to when they're here. For example, Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard on the passenger side of the Prius with the murder weapon prior to the murder, which resulted in them severing the gas line and rendering the vehicle inoperable. Then they had to get a ride to the store to buy.
What did I miss?
So apparently our two would-be assassins, Stealthy One and Stealthy Tito and Tonto, or whatever. Well, so apparently one of them shot a hole in the floorboard of the car, which severed the gas line. Now, I don't know if that does anything in a Prius. You might have to baconate it a little bit because I don't know. But apparently, Miss Magbanua told them not to do anything stupid, and apparently her warning was not an. It's like me telling the feral children to be smartish.
Yeah, at that point you might want to change Hitman, because if poof, oi, oi
So, as I say, nothing parties like a rental, but I think they're going to notice that at, oh gosh, the Hertz rental place. I think they're going to notice the.
Daniel D is getting a lot of. Here's the thing, YouTube is rolling out ads to live streams, and there's not a bloody thing I can do about it. The only thing I can do is set it to 30-minute intervals, but there will be ads no matter what I do. Hold on while I check. Yeah, it's set for every 30 minutes, so that's why you're getting ads. We are 90 minutes in, so that's why people are getting ads right around now. Because if I don't set it on 30 minutes, you will get them when YouTube says that you will have them. And that is the 30 minutes intervals is the furthest apart I'm allowed to. If I were allowed to have once an hour or once every 5 hours, I would check that in, because this is a damn live stream. And it's court and it's trials. And I don't need no damn ads in the middle of a live stream. And I've been complaining to YouTubes about it, but they are more concerned because apparently the tech guys and who does live streams and all of those, they want more ads so they can grift more. I don't want it. I want memberships and the occasional super chat. That's good for me.
Just agree to do like a live read for whatever Moonshine? I'll do a live read for Moonshine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, ads are popping every 5 to 10 minutes.
What the actual Schnell?
I will show you here. Every 30 minutes, skippable.
Yeah, I have to learn how to do all of that. Like I said, this weekend, Mr. Mo had the man flu, and now I've caught the tail end of it, so I'm trying to de-Dayquil.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so infuriating with all the ads, because I can see it in the viewer count that all of a sudden it drops 10, 12 people every time an ad section is on. And I want more views, because then it will take 10 to 15 minutes to gain those back. Yeah, and then I have it for 10, 15 minutes, and then new ads, and I lose like a third or a fifth.
I don't understand. If YouTube wants continuous viewage, then it wouldn't. I don't know. I'm not a.
Bobby Bologna, YouTube will give him 2-hour-long skippable ads. I'm glad they are skippable. Yeah, and in my AdSense, I have removed everything about gambling. And everything about short-term loans and stuff like that. So you shouldn't get those kind of ads, because I gamble occasionally, but I hate those ads and the loan ads and stuff like that. You might get from alcohol, because well,
I'll know I've made it when I get to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, a game I can't play because I can't play games. When I'm in Tetris and I'm like, "Come play with me." I have no idea how to play games, but I'll be,
Mm.
Mo in the deep end and playing Raid Shadow Legends for you. Come on. Come on, Raid Shadow Legends. Come on, support me. It'll be awesome. You won't do you won't regret it.
Yeah, I have not been. Well, I have had interesting. The only people who approaches me about. Sometimes I scour through the emails from in the filthy. No, what do you call it? The trash bag.
Oh, the spam? Yeah.
Yeah, and from the spam, and occasionally it goes, if you give us a 5-minute reading of this, we will give you a discount on this. And I'm like, say what now? No. Why would I give you 5 minutes of my time just for a discount of something I don't need? I mean, yeah, that weird. But we are here for trial.
Buy some supplies to fix the thing and fix the thing on the side of the road. So you'll hear a little bit about that. Then, the night before the murder, Rivera will tell you that he took a picture of an owl and posted it on Instagram, which, as y'all may know, indicates where you are when you post something. And he'll tell you that Katherine Magbanua immediately called Garcia to tell Rivera how stupid he was and to take the picture down because nobody could know where he was. Again, Rivera overhears conversation during the second trip between Garcia and Magbanua. Katherine Magbanua indicates that they have to get this job done because the professor is planning to leave town in the near future. So on July 18th, 2014, Rivera and Garcia follow Professor Markel to the daycare where he drops off his kids at approximately 8:50 in the morning. Then they go to the gym where they wait in the parking lot while Mr. Markel works out. And then they go to his home where Rivera pulls the Prius into the driveway close up to the bumper of Mr. Markel where he's parked in his driveway. You'll hear that Garcia gets out and approaches Markel with the revolver purchased on the street by Luis Rivera, and that that Garcia shoots Mr. Markel twice through the driver's window before hopping back into the Prius. Rivera backs out of the driveway and they head back to Miami. I mentioned earlier that both men had their phones off and that once they turn their phones back on, the very first call that either of them make after the homicide is Mr. Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. And what does he say? He says, "The job is done." And what does she reply? She says, "I know." There's a brief discussion about when they'll get their money. And Katherine Magbanua says, "Don't worry about the money. I will get the money. You'll get it tomorrow." Then the next day, Rivera was at the barber shop when he talked to Katherine Magbanua. She advised that she had the money and was looking for Garcia to pay up, but wasn't able to find Garcia. Rivera knew where to look for Garcia at another young lady's residence. Rivera successfully rounds up Garcia and they all meet at Rivera's house where Rivera gets his payment. So Rivera, Garcia, and Magbanua are all present. Rivera gets his money, $35,000, stapled into packs of $1,000 apiece. Garcia also gave Rivera a little extra money later that night while they're out celebrating. In the weeks and months after the homicide, Rivera and Garcia they each bought a motorcycle. Garcia also bought a car.
Criminal masterminds, people. Spend all the monies you got from the hit on things that are traceable. Oh. Nobody of the alleged criminals and now convicted criminals seems to be masterminds. And we will probably see if Charlie Adelson is much of a criminal mastermind in the trial. That, yeah, for those who doesn't know, court is currently doing jury selections. So we are doing recaps of the trial today from 2019, so we can get everybody up to speed. But I'm ready to convict everybody. But we have to listen to the defense as well, because you never know. They might convince me.
Katherine Magbanua also got a car, a black Lexus, whose previous owner happens to be Harvey Adelson. Magbanua was also put on the payroll at the Adelson's dental practice shortly after the homicide and began receiving regular checks for approximately 2 years, although law enforcement has yet to determine what, if anything, what if any service she provides to that dental office. And the folks that work there don't seem to know either.
Well,
she got a breast.
She might have performed oral services. You never know. Mo is on a fry potty break, and she missed this. We will all tell her when she comes back.
Augmentation surgery shortly after the homicide. She had trips paid for by Charlie Adelson after the homicide that didn't even include him.
She got boobs?
And she deposited.
She got
boobs?
She got a job. She got a job at Charlie Adelson's dental practice, and the prosecutor said the investigators have yet to find if she performed any work there. And I said, I would assume that she performed the oral practices.
And at Law Kong Express, they did get a tap on the wire. They did get a wiretap on the Adelson, so she might know the dialogue.
Yeah.
Of the things, but I'm glad that they all spent their money really quick and she got new boobs.
Yeah, and all traceable and hired on the dental office and all the things and everything. Okay, now I understand the comment because the two suspects here were called Tutu and Tata or something like that, and she was called Titty.
Well, I mean, priorities. I mean, car, motorcycle, apparently strippers, and they were all stapled together in little bags. Like your mom staples your mittens on your sweater, so you don't lose them. Just for the love of all that is holy. Look, I'm saying if you have a lot of money, would you go to the John Wick school of people, or would you go to the guys who shot a hole and posted an owl on Instagram?
I mean, the stupidity here. So Charlie Adelson tells his mistress, "Do you know anybody that can kill my brother-in-law?" Because that's not traceable at all. You can't do logical conclusion by that. And then they found Humpty and Dumpty, and Tata and TT and Tutu. I don't remember what they were called.
Yeah, Tito and Toto. So,
yeah, okay, Tito and Toto
but
and
I'm not
Titi.
okay. Listen, y'all. She said it. This is not an ism or a phobe. I am making up what she said, possibly adding my own flavor, but this is not in any way pejorative. Also, holy cow, the Croc boots are $120. I thought I was going to buy them on a lark, but $120 is not going to happen.
Tyria. Actually, I realize now how much faster Niklas now talks when I try to speed it up to catch up. Niklas' English is much better than when I first started watching him. Yeah, I mean, the more I do this, the more my English gets better. Stuff like that. And
It's really neat to watch us all evolve, because if you look at our earlier streams and then it's like, oh my gosh, how
yeah, go back to March when I started streaming. Yeah, a different kind of. Yes, it's Tito, Turu, and Tata.
oh my god, this again, like we got Larry, Curly, and Mo to do this instead of John Wick. I'm just saying, if you're allegedly, if you are rich and planning something nefarious, wouldn't you go to whatever the lizard people use? I'm just, for the love of all that
Yeah.
is holy, why are we using? I can just
Yeah.
imagine Charlie going up to mom, Grandma Adelson, and saying, "Hey, ma, no, I got this handled. My side chick, one of the chicks I'm banging, don't worry about it. I got it covered. She knows some guys who are not so great. One's her daddy that she's sort of also sleeping with. Um, look, I've got it covered. Any hoozle, they're great. They know they're bad guys. Got it. Okay, but she's also gonna need a job and some boobs."
Yeah.
Look, I shop for everything on clearance, but I think I would splurge on a hitman, allegedly.
Yeah, and as Charlie says, don't bargain hunt while looking for a hitman. Yeah.
It
Well,
just
they
for
didn't even look. I mean, he asked his side chick, "Do you know anyone?" And she says, "Of course, give me boobs and I will find."
yeah, and what is she doing? They're not even, like, together. She just, sees him when she sees him, as she's I think a waitress in a cocktail bar that he frequents, and she's like, "My baby daddy is kinda no good, and he knows a lot of people that are also no good. I've got you covered. I know a lot of douches, actually,
Ah,
and done." The thought processes here are just, it's like when my sons tried to explain to me that the spray paint can just exploded all on its own while they were
mm,
swinging, and then I said,
yeah,
"Okay, so you're telling me this happened orchestrated by squirrel ninjas, and you were doing nothing?"
yeah.
Okay.
And he has no history whatsoever of shenanigans. So of course, you believed him.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, okay,
Mm.
allegedly nothing happened. Griffin looks like he exploded, or a Smurf exploded next to him." 1 second.
You need to get surveillance cameras up around the house so you can post everything.
I need no evidence in my alleged trial of why the hell it's not gonna be the boy in the box, it's gonna be the boy on the roof, and I would be like, "Your honorness, I have told him not to be on the roof. We, in fact, have bars so he can't go on the roof. Ma'am, did you purposely not let your son go on the roof for his freedom?" And be like, "I don't even understand why I'm here."
Mm. But they are in Christian school now, so everything will work out to the better.
Yeah, and I haven't got a call from the pastor/principal, so oh, 1 second, I've got someone at the door.
Yeah. Let's just play the final minute.
Large amounts of cash into her bank account around the time of the murder, sometimes multiple deposits at different banks in the same day.
Oh,
So in an effort to ferret out who are all of the members of this conspiracy and to prove how information flowed, how was the conspiracy structured, we, on April 19th, 2016, so almost 2 years after the murder, law enforcement conducts an undercover operation. They got court authorization to go up on a wire, what's called a wire, on Katherine Magbanua's phone and also Charlie Adelson's phone, which means they could listen in real time to what was being said on these phones. That's, despite some popular belief, not something the government normally can do without special authorization. In this case, that authorization was put in place, and law enforcement was prepared to listen to both Katherine Magbanua's calls and Charlie Adelson's calls. They then sent an undercover agent posing as someone who basically was on behalf of Rivera to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and basically try to extort money out of her. This undercover officer handed Donna Adelson a piece of paper. And on the paper is a story about the death of Dan Markel. It includes a photograph of Dan Markel, and written on the page is a phone number and the amount $5,000. And the undercover agent, I'm summarizing, tells Donna Adelson, basically, my buddy Rivera, he didn't say the word Rivera, but my buddy's sitting in jail, and you're out here taking care of Katie and Tudo. So basically, he's asking for $5,000 for Rivera to even things out. So now law enforcement starts listening to the calls. Like, you know, we do this little thing, it's 2 years after the murder, we do this undercover operation to try to generate some chatter and see who will say what to whom. And you'll get an opportunity to hear some of those phone calls that result from this undercover operation. That phone number, the undercover agent's phone number that's written on that piece of paper that's handed to Donna Adelson, you're going to see that it travels from Donna to Charlie to Katie and then to Sigfredo. You will hear and see evidence of these calls, and you can make of them what you will. But in conclusion, I believe that you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the state is not pulling a fast one on you, but rather that Katherine Magbanua was hired to solicit Garcia, who in turn solicited Rivera to come to Tallahassee and to execute Mr. Markel in cold blood. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty as charged for both defendants. Thank you.
All right, that was the prosecution's opening statements. Yeah, I'm ready to convict. And
Yeah,
but yeah,
it was the owl picture for me.
start
I
with this.
mean,
yeah,
I'm
definitely.
coming up to my my mom taxi duties, but I will be back in
Yeah, I will
about
be playing.
an hour.
Yeah. Okay, I will be
So-
playing the defense opening statements. That's roughly because there are two defendants, so two defense opening statements
Okay.
will take that might take an hour, maybe.
Okay, and I'll be listening in and chatting while I'm in the line, but I am running into my mom taxi time. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they have the wiretaps. I don't know what has taken them long to move on the family, other than they're being very powerful and they want to get everything done.
Once you get to defendants who are in the billionaire club, you kind of need to do everything by the book. And
Yes. Well,
remember that Katie or Tiddies, there was a hung
Yes.
jury in this trial. They had to do it again, 2022.
I will see you guys in a little bit if you're still going, and if not, I will have the murder board up tomorrow, video, and we will try to make sense of all this. A pre-murder board, first in the history. Bye, guys.
See ya. All right. Let's move on to the defense, the first of the defense opening statements.
If it pleases the court, counsel for the government, counsel for the co-defendant, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. 7 years. 7 years in Florida State Prison. That's what Luis Rivera got in exchange for his participation in a first-degree murder case. And who gave him a 7-year deal offer? The prosecution. So you have to think and you have to ask yourself, what did the prosecution get in return for the deal of the century? What did the prosecution get for giving a defendant with an extremely long criminal history, including a recent federal conviction for racketeering as a Latin king, What did he give? Did he give the information of a mob boss or a drug kingpin, a foreign or domestic terrorist, a hiding school shooter? No. He gave up Sigfredo Garcia. And why does that matter? Why does what he gave up matter? Why does Luis Rivera's information in this case matter? Because as it's clear from the government's opening statement, their focus in this case is on the Adelsons. Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Wendy Adelson. That's who their real targets are. And so what do? They go after the low-hanging fruit. They go to Luis Rivera, who was charged with first-degree murder and subject to the death penalty. And they tell him, we're going to cut you a deal where you only have to serve 7 more years. 7. So what does he do? He sits with his lawyer, Chuck Collins. You're going to see a tape. You're going to see an interview that the government's going to play where law enforcement officers are sitting at a table with Luis Rivera and his attorney, Chuck Collins. And it's going to be considered his initial statement, okay? And they're going to ask him things back and forth. And you'll see that Luis Rivera gives a statement that in essence becomes the prosecution's parrot. He says pretty much everything that coincides with their strategy, with their theory of the case. What they don't tell you and what they don't show you is that before the video camera turns on, law enforcement is in one room, Luis Rivera and Chuck Collins are in another. And the detectives go not to Luis Rivera, but to Chuck Collins to exchange questions, to prepare Luis Rivera for when the lights turn on, to make sure that your story fits, that your story is in unison with what the government wants you to say. They don't show you that. But
That was interesting. I'm no Florida. Ooh, I forgot to send an invite to Mr. Gosney. Maybe he can fill in on this. I will see if he has time. I don't think so. Let me look. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Wicked Wookie, are they going for death penalty? I don't think so in these cases. They might have threatened with it, but I'm not sure. We will know. We will know. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I sent Gosney an invite, but that's no guarantee. I know he is a busy man. But maybe. But what this defense lawyer brings forward is very, very important. That guy, his client, is in for racketeering, but they are willing to cut him a deal instead of first degree and conspiracy. They're offering him 7 years. And these circumstances that the cops are soliciting the questions for the statements, that's a bit foul. I don't like that.
But you're going to hear about it because the testimony is what it is. And the testimony is that the government spoon-fed Luis Rivera as to what his
I ate his
testimony
aunt.
has to be. Now, why does that matter? Well, let's talk about some of the things that the government said in their opening and what they believe that the evidence is going to show. They talked about an initial trip where Luis Rivera says that him and Sigfredo Garcia traveled from from Miami to Tallahassee to scope out the scene or to commit murder or whatever their argument was. And the reason why Luis Rivera has to say this is because there's cell tower records that show that he traveled from Miami to Tallahassee a month before the murder. There's no such records for Sigfredo Garcia. You won't hear one thing. You won't see one piece of data that shows that Sigfredo Garcia traveled from Miami to Tallahassee during that first purported trip. And if you don't think that's good enough, there's more. During that first trip up, Luis Rivera, who was driving, who rented his car, gets pulled over by a Florida Highway Patrol officer, Trooper Downing. And Trooper Downing testified, and you'll hear that his testimony is that when he issued the citation, that Luis Rivera was alone. Alone in the car. And he knows that because he indicated it on the citation. The government has hitched their wagon to Luis Rivera. That's this case, okay? There's going to be speculation and an additional theory of why the Adelsons wanted to hurt Dan Markel. That's an additional case. This case, Sigfredo's case, is premised around Luis Rivera. And I'll tell you why. Because the only person that can put Sigfredo Garcia at the scene, the only person who can tell you that Sigfredo Garcia got out of the car and purportedly shot Dan Markel is who? It's the guy who got the 7 years. The guy who got the deal of a lifetime. It's him. That's their case. You will hear statement after statement after statement from Luis Rivera, who adds and subtracts and changes and alters his testimony from A to Z. I mean, it's crazy how much he changes his story. He tells the government, which they're going to tell you, we got $100,000 for this murder. And for driving up to Tallahassee, you know what I got as the driver? I got $35,000. So wait a minute, let me get this straight. Supposedly, Sigfredo Garcia was hired and given $100,000, and he decided because he saw.
Yeah, I know. I read from their what happened leading up to the murder. So from the Tallahassee Democrat, I have more lined up for tomorrow. So I will go through the breakdown of the witnesses. But thank you so much. Please continue to in the chat if you have knowledge of something that you think is I can have use for. Share it. I don't mind. The more the merrier. The more the merrier.
Such a wealthy guy to bring you in to do nothing other than drive you up to Tallahassee twice for $35,000. 2 and 2 has to equal 4. Okay. Luis Rivera also wants you to believe that Katherine Magbanua was solicited by Charlie Adelson. Okay. Now the evidence is going to show that my client has children with Miss Magbanua. He loves her. That's his girlfriend. That's his wifey. But they were going through a rough patch. You know who she was dating?
Yeah, I don't. My prison snitches should never be used in trials. Because as soon as they get an offer, they have nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. If they are not believed, they are back on the same charges. If they are believed, they get time served, time off, everything. And we have the perfect example in the Zachariah Anderson case. Much, the prison snitch, who was risking 10 years to life for drug charges and everything. And his prior records are extensive. He would probably have served life. Then he went to the Zachariah Anderson trial, told a story that I can't fathom anyone believing in. And now this person, a career criminal, is out on the streets. He got probation. He went from risking life to being back on the streets. And the prosecutor in the Zachariah Anderson case claimed, oh no, we have no deal on paper or anything. Gravely can kiss my hairy ass. Yeah, so prison snitches? No. Nope. So this starting to... I would assume they have other evidence than just the prison snitch. But yeah, there we are.
She was dating Charlie Adelson. They want you to believe, and the evidence will show from the government's own witnesses, that Sigfredo Garcia was in love with Katie, and he was not happy, not one bit, that this dental playboy that drives around in a Ferrari with nice hair and big muscles and a long...
Yeah, that and the prosecution said they have images from ATM of that car with two people in it. And I would assume that you can see the silhouettes or even the faces of the two people in that car.
Long wallet was with his wifey. They want you to believe that this man whose heart was broken decided, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and help out the guy that's with my wife. And the evidence is going to show Charlie Adelson's, he's no numbskull. He's got degree after degree, very highly educated. Who do you think? The evidence is going to show that Charlie Adelson's a smart guy. Charlie Adelson knew Sigfredo didn't like him. Charlie Adelson also knew that crossing, when you make that decision, if you're going to solicit somebody, if you have the option of Luis Rivera, the primero of the Latin Kings. Primero Latin Kings means you're the head of the Latin Kings. If you're 5'4" and you're the head of a gang organization, what does that mean? That means you're a bad dude.
Or you can be the shooter in the Murdoch case. 5'4", yeah, that was. Can anybody check if this Garcia guy was in the neighborhood of the Murdoch family at any point? I mean, drugs involved and everything. Now it is quite a trip, but you never know.
You don't get to become the head of a gang of 5'4" if you don't prove yourself as a gang member. And he's not like, it's not like a fairy tale gang. This is an international organization known for its involvement in criminal acts from robbery, homicide, drug dealing, kidnapping, you name it. And how do I prove that Luis Rivera was in this criminal organization, other than he's going to have to admit it? He was serving a federal sentence for racketeering for 12 years by the United States Department of Justice. And on that indictment, you will see that he had a network of Latin Kings throughout the state of Florida. From Key West up to the Panhandle, they're Latin Kings. And as the primero, which means a leader of the Latin Kings, he had access to other Latin Kings. So if he wanted to go up to Tallahassee to commit a murder, you think he would take a gun? No, because he's a convicted felon. He'd be riding dirty. That means he'd be riding with a gun. No, what does he do? Picks up the phone and he calls one of his brothers up north. That makes sense. That's what the head of a criminal organization would do. This is not a street level thug. This is the primero of the Latin kings. And so Luis Rivera, a known drug dealer, a known supplier of, I mean, he is a pharmacy from soup to nuts, from steroids to cocaine. He supplies it. And it's our position that he has a relationship with Charlie Adelson. It's our position that he was the drug supplier for Charlie. And Charlie Adelson made a decision to instill and to solicit this murder for hire from Luis Rivera. And do you think Luis Rivera, I mean, he took the $100,000, but do you think he's going to tell his buddy Sigfredo, hey, I'm going to help out the guy that's sleeping with your wife? The Latin kings have a code of silence. He'll tell you about it. It's known. The Latin kings are an organization that they're known to keep their mouths shut. It is in their Bible. There's been specials on HBO about it. And so Charlie Adelson, who's an educated man, instills the services of a known gang leader, not Sigfredo Garcia.
Yeah,
But who's going to
I
tell
would
you
assume it's in his
otherwise?
testimony.
Well, let's see. The guy looking at the death penalty that the government offered him 7 years. You're going to hear discrepancy after discrepancy. You're going to hear problematic evidence with Sigfredo, with Luis Rivera about Sigfredo Garcia's involvement. And you're going to hear over and over and over that Luis Rivera's story fits the government's theory. Because the target at the end of this case is not these two. When Luis Rivera started cooperating in October of 2016, the government, as well as everybody else, believed that they would be the next to crumble to get to the Adelson. That's what everybody thought. But yet, here we are. They've maintained their innocence, and we're here in trial. We ask you guys to keep an open mind, okay? We ask you guys to evaluate the evidence. The government said in an opening statement that there is a picture of the Prius that shows two people in it. Don't listen to them. Make your own decision.
Oh.
Our position is that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were up in Tallahassee. We will admit to that. But they were there for one of many drug deals that they were involved in because Luis Rivera is a drug dealer. And he brings along Sigfredo Garcia time and time again. We will submit to you that Luis Rivera is the shooter in this case. We will submit to you that he instilled the services of his organization to supply the gun and to supply another henchman in this case. And remember, the only person that can put my client in that car, the only person that puts the gun in my client's purported hand, the only person that says Sigfredo Garcia went and killed Dan Markel is who? It's Luis Rivera.
We're going to take a break. Just a second.
All right, that was the first of the defense opening statements. That was really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. And we are now 2 hours and 14 minutes in. And I'm going to do something that a few of you have seen. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? It is... It's grifting time! This channel survives and prospers thanks to memberships and the occasional super chats. And memberships is $3 a month. If you have I know things are rough in everybody's economy, but $3 a month would get you members only content. It would get you access to Discord, and this week I will get one members only video up each day. So you will get your money's worth, definitely this week. And yeah, other than that, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't done it yet. Go subscribe to Mo if you haven't done it yet, because she deserves it. But if you have $3 a month and you think my coverage is good enough for it, please consider it. All right, that is the end of... oh, I'm having so much fun with that. Or you can buy one of my merch. Link is on top of the chat. All right. Now let's listen to the second of... Oops, wrong. The second
Being published.
of the defense opening statements. Because there are two here. First we had Tito, and now we have Titty's defense counsel. Co-defense opening statement.
During the opening statements as irrelevant, improper character evidence, and argumentative.
And
That's what,
Your Honor, the photograph that we will be using of Luis Rivera is actually the picture that the state is going to be using on one of their own demonstratives. So it's evidence that I received from them. And then the text messages from the iCloud are evidence that the state turned over to us, which are statements of my client that are going to be, we intend on introducing in our case in chief. So it's the evidence we expect to present to the court. If we fail to present it later on, the state can address that in closing argument.
I must sustain the state's objection at this point, and we ought to make one, and I'm not making any ruling on what ultimately, whether they'll come in or not, but we do, you've made several comments through the course of several hearings that
that's a weird voice.
Client said it, therefore it's admissible. That rule actually just works one way, that statements can be offered against your client. That does not necessarily mean you can introduce statements by your client. Those are hearsay, and there's not an exception. So there certainly is a different legal standard. But I'll
What's going on with this voice?
This point
I'm glad they changed judges to this through the trial of Thursday.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you so much, Peace Pony, for your $5 super chat. Well, you asked. Thanks for keeping me entertained while I work. Thank you so much, Peace Pony. Much appreciated.
Everybody be seated, please. Ms. Kawhi.
Thank you. May it please the court, opposing counsel for the co-defendant. Prosecutorial desperation. That is the only reason why Katherine Magbanua is sitting before you today, charged with a crime that she had absolutely.
Thank you, Dave, for $9.99 super chat, because this coverage is better than the alternative. Oh, hell yeah. I can say that definitely, that murder trials are often, once it starts, it's very boring. I would say that I make it better. I make it more fun. You can make, if Thursday, Friday, when the trial actually starts, you can even have me drunk. Thank you so much, Dave. Thank you so much.
Nothing to do with. The prosecution's relentless obsession with arresting the Adelson family has led to this day, this moment, in this courtroom, where an innocent person is being accused of a crime that she did not commit. But one thing is 100% certain, members of the jury. At the end of this case, when you are presented with all of the evidence, not just the little bits and pieces from the state?
You all should know that this is from the 2019 trial. We now know that the Tidis, who she's talking about here, Katie, has agreed to testify in the trial that will begin Thursday. So keep that in mind. But the defense has to argue, and I assume she will do it well.
You will see for yourselves that she is completely innocent. So let's talk about Katherine Magbanua. Katherine Magbanua is a young woman who grew up over 400 miles away from Tallahassee.
You can see I have over 2 minutes buffered. So this is something that YouTube. After a while, it turns to crap. And there's not much I can do about it. I will try to do some odds and ends on my end, but ultimately it's the connection between YouTube and StreamYard.
At the other end of the state of Florida, in Miami. You are going to learn many things about Katherine over the next few days, one of which is that she is a hardworking woman who loves her children and just wants to
Mo
provide
will do
good life
a murder
for
board
her son Ethan and
to
her
connect
daughter,
everybody.
Katie. She is also a very strong woman. She's one of the strongest women that I have come to know. But her major downfall is her taste in men. And at the end of this case, you are going to see that the only thing she is guilty of is having horrible taste in men. So let's start with Sigfredo Garcia, because you have to know and understand what was really going on between Katherine Magbanua.
Ghostry, do I have a browser add-on that allows me to download YouTube? Yeah, it doesn't matter what I do. I've tried that as well to download the videos. The same problem gets there, so it doesn't matter, sadly.
And Sigfredo Garcia's relationship to understand and make sense.
Let me try to change from my router to mobile phone internet. That might do it. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. Let's try it from here. Let's just try it.
Of what really happened all the way back in 2014. Katherine started dating Sigfredo Garcia when they were just teenagers. Then, when Katie went off to college, she became pregnant with her son, Ethan. And even though it's a difficult task going to school
Might
and
be
being
muscle
a
memory.
mother,
I don't know.
she worked really hard and she graduated with her bachelor's degree in health administration. Now, the prosecution's own witnesses are going to tell you, and Ms. Kappelman actually said it in her opening statement, that Katherine and Sigfredo were constantly breaking up and getting back together. Because even though Katherine seemed to have her head on straight and that she was focused, Sigfredo just could not get it together. If it wasn't the drinking, if it wasn't the cocaine, it was the other women. And Katie had it. Sigfredo would keep messing up over the course of those 10 years, and she would always take him back because he is the father of her children. But in 2013, that all changed. She was done with Sigfredo. 10 years of the back and forth. She had it. So the relationship was over. She kicked him out of her apartment. She didn't want to have anything to do with him. But even though they're broken up, Sigfredo is the father of her children. That is why they were keeping in constant communication. She didn't cut Sigfredo out of her children's life. Now, a few months later, after their breakup, She was working at a dental office called Sophie Dental on South Beach in Miami. And in walks Charlie Adelson and walks into her life. The second man that she has horrible taste for. Because you are going to learn that Charlie Adelson, they will describe him somewhat of a playboy. At the time, he was 37 years old, single, dentist, good income, no kids. The state is going to try and make it seem like he is a millionaire or a billionaire, but it wasn't like that. He was all about fun, though. And Katherine, she knew this. Charlie is not one to be shy about what he wants out of life, which is not to settle down. So even though they were having a good time and they were dating, Katherine knew this was not going to end up anywhere serious like marriage. Now, Sigfredo, he was not handling this breakup very well. And the prosecution's own witnesses will tell you that Sigfredo would follow Katie around, that he followed her once without her knowing when she was having dinner with Charlie Adelson. He was in a truck with Luis Rivera when they were watching them eating. And he actually threatened to run them over with his truck. That is where Sigfredo's head was at. Sigfredo, the evidence will show you, knew about Charlie, and the evidence will show you that Charlie knew about Sigfredo. And Charlie knew how badly Sigfredo wanted Katie back. He knew that the one driving force that was driving Sigfredo was trying to get Katie back. Now, the state got up here, and what their whole theory boils down to is they say that the Adelsons are behind this, but the only link that makes sense is that it had to have gone through Katherine Magbanua to get to these two individuals. But members of the jury, Ms. Kappelman said it to you directly in our opening statement. They have a phone call between Sigfredo Garcia directly to Harvey Adelson. So there's evidence of that communication. They don't want to highlight it because if they can show that there is evidence between Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia directly to Charlie, then their entire theory of Katie's involvement makes absolutely no sense. But you know what, members of the jury? Let's just use a little bit of common sense. Now, all of this that's going on with Sigfredo, you know, the stalking and all of this is taking place a few months before July 18th, 2014. And make no mistake about it, that day was a tragic day. Two boys lost their father and a family lost their son. And if there is one thing that the state and I can agree on, is that July 18th, 2014 was a horrible, horrific, unjustifiable tragedy. And although nothing can bring Dan Markel back to his family and to his friends, we do all want the same thing in this case: justice for a senseless loss of life. But one thing needs to be clear, and it needs to be made clear from the very beginning. Justice does not come from convicting an innocent person for a crime that they did not commit. That is actually the opposite of what justice stands for. Now, the prosecution got up here and they told you about their case, and they made it very clear who they think is behind the murder of Dan Markel, the real perpetrators behind this crime: the Adelson family. But the Adelson family, Charles, Donna, and Harvey, they're not in this courtroom today, and they're not going to be here during this trial, because you're going to find out that the state hasn't even arrested or charged them with anything, because they don't have the evidence to do it. You heard Ms. Capleton in voir dire the past few days, already on the defenses, because she's trying to soften the blow when she was asking you, will any of you be concerned if the other people of the conspiracy are not going to be here? Because she doesn't want you to think about it, because it's not good for her case. You have to think about it, members of the jury. That is a pivotal question in this case as to why the Adelsons are not in this courtroom. And why that is so important is because that is the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why Katherine Magbanua was charged in this case. Because of the prosecution's desperation and blinding desire to arrest Charlie Adelson and his parents. Do not check your common sense at the door, ladies and gentlemen, because common sense is going to be the only tool that you will need to see that Katherine was just a pawn in Charlie Adelson's plan to kill Dan Markel. And now the prosecution is trying to use Katherine as a pawn to get to Charlie Adelson. That is the only reason that we are here. The prosecution wants you to believe that Katherine, a young, hardworking mother of two, took money to help coordinate the murder of a man she has never met for a guy that she has known for less than a year. They want you to believe that Katherine asked the father of her kids, who she was separated from at the time, to commit a murder for her new boyfriend. That makes no sense. Any way you look at it, it just doesn't make any sense, members of the jury.
Lots of money, a job which she apparently never attended, got a paycheck every month, got a boob job. Yeah, she found a new man that was prepared to give her everything she never had before. That's worth a lot when all you're accustomed to is gang members. And again, we know now that she is a witness in the upcoming trial that starts Thursday against Charlie Adelson. So have that in mind. She's very convincing, this lawyer, and she's doing a very, very good job. She's very convincing. But we know after the fact that, yeah, crap hit the fan.
So let's talk about the evidence that the state is going to bring you against Katherine Magbanua, the cash deposits that Ms. Kappelman talked about. The prosecution is going to present you with a witness who analyzed Katherine's bank records between the year of 2013 and...
Yeah, I'm not playing this in higher speed, by the way. This is how fast she talks.
the beginning of 2016. And these witnesses will tell you that there was an unusual spike in her cash deposits. Mind you, they only looked at an 18-month period to make this analysis. So let's talk about what the state did not tell you. And I sat back at my desk and I was listening to their opening statement. And I said, let me see to myself if they're going to give the members of the jury the whole story. And they didn't. From 2013 until 2015, Katie was working several jobs that paid her in cash. She worked the club scene at Hard Rock down in Fort Lauderdale. She worked at Club Faith and she worked at Hollywood Live. She also worked for a liquor promotional company where they have girls go to these clubs or to other places and they stand up at the front and they promote the sales of liquor. And it was a great job. It's a great job to have in Miami because you make a lot of cash. When you work in these clubs and you're working bottled service, these VIP, she was in the VIP section, they pay her in cash. Now, members of the jury, this is not a surprise that I am just dropping on the state attorney right now. This is not coming out of nowhere. The FBI, the Tallahassee Police Department, and the prosecution knew about this. Witness Yindra Velasquez Mascaro, who was Katherine's best friend and worked with her at these clubs, were interviewed by the FBI and the Tallahassee Police Department over 3 years ago. And she told them this, and they just ignored it. And you want to know how I know that they're going to want you to ignore it? Number one, they didn't mention it in their opening statement. They just left that little piece out. But they're going to present you with summaries of her cash deposits. And their witness will tell you that all that consideration of her getting paid cash from other jobs, that's not in there. They don't want it in there because they don't want you to see it, because it doesn't fit with their case. But even without that evidence, let's just take that evidence out. They want you to believe that Katherine Magbanua was paid for a murder in cash, and then she walked into the bank to deposit it, the place where no one will ever find it. That she decided to walk into a bank with video cameras and a record, and that was the plan to hide the money in the bank. Now, what the evidence is going to show you is that there's no evidence of withdrawals from the Adelson's accounts, none of them. And there's no evidence of cash deposits into Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera's account. And why is that? Remember what Ms. Kappelman said yesterday in voir dire? Criminals don't leave their DNA and fingerprints. Remember when she said that? They want you to believe that Katherine is a part of this elaborate scheme, but she is the only one that is leaving a trace of cash deposits into her bank. That just makes no sense. The next thing the prosecutors want you to believe that's evidence, and Ms. Kappelman mentioned it, is a car, a Lexus. Now, she didn't go into the details about this Lexus, just Lexus, because it sounds like an expensive car, right? It was a 2001 Lexus that had over 150,000 miles on it. The car that kept breaking down, because you will hear on those recordings, kept breaking down, and that she had to fix with her own money. This is payment for a homicide. But we'll go a step further. I thought the state was going to introduce this evidence to you, but once again, she doesn't mention it. Ms. Magbanua actually filed paperwork transferring the title from Harvey Adelson to her, and then filed it with the DMV.
A 2001 Lexus, 150,000 miles in 2014, had a price range of between $10,000 and $12,000. Yeah, just putting it out there. It's not it's not a luxury car anymore, a 13-year-old car, but it's not a cheap car either.
So that there is a direct paper trail between her and the Adelsons. If you're involved in a homicide, why would you do that? Why would you put your name on with the person that you're co-conspiring with? It makes no sense. All these things that she is doing out in the open is evidence of her innocence, that she did not know. The next thing that they want to talk to you about, the breast implants. They're actually going to get here and argue to you that she received the breast implants in the October following the homicide, and that is somehow payment for murder. But they're going to ask you to speculate, members of the jury, because they went so far as to obtain her medical records from the doctor. And do you know what it showed? That she paid for it herself. That's what it showed, members of the jury. But they're going to ask you to believe that that somehow links her to this homicide. Next.
Well, if she worked these jobs, plus was hired at the dentist office, all of a sudden you can afford things you can't afford prior to that. Am I wrong? Just saying. And again, we know that she's a witness in this trial that we will be start watching on Thursday.
The paychecks from the Adelson Institute beginning in September of 2014. The prosecution wants you to believe that the Adelson family, in an attempt to secretly pay Katherine Magbanua for her participation in this scheme, they decided to put her on their payroll and file taxes on her behalf. That is a way to secretly pay someone if they're involved in this homicide. Now,
nobody's
Katie
claiming
did work for
anybody
Charlie.
is smart.
All of their own witnesses are going to tell you that Charlie was her boss. All the witnesses that knew Katie will say they referred to Charlie as her boss. And just because she didn't go to the Adelson Institute from Monday to Friday at these certain times is what their argument is going to be, they're going to argue that he didn't work. But members of the jury, they have Charlie's iCloud account. They have all of his text messages. They have all of the information from his phone. Mind you, he's never been arrested, but they have his entire iCloud account. Let's see if the state attorney's office is going to show you all of the text messages between these supposed co-conspirators. Because I guarantee you, if there is something in there that is evidence of this homicide, they'll show it to you. But if they don't, ask yourselves why. Now let's go on to the wiretaps. The state mentioned this. 2 years after the homicide, they come up with this elaborate scheme, they do, with the FBI. Now, they have already made it clear who they have evidence that it's Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
She might have been working at the dentist office performing oral services.
And then they have this suspicion that somehow Katherine is involved. So they're going to do this elaborate plan where this man is going to walk up to Donna Adelson and hand her this note, and that this guy is going to say Katherine's name, says Katie's name to Donna Adelson. Now, what's more important, members of the jury, is all you are going to have, there are hundreds and hundreds of recordings. But you have to understand how these recordings come about. You're not going to get to hear every single phone call that was made on Katherine's phone and on Charlie's phone. So first, they only tapped Katherine's phone and Charlie's phone. They didn't tap Donna's phone. They didn't tap Harvey's phone. They didn't tap Wendy's phone. They didn't tap Sigfredo Garcia's phone. Only Katie and only Charlie. Next, they will explain to you that how these, what they call T3 calls, how they come to be, is it goes through the filter of the FBI. What that means is all these members of the police department are listening to their phone calls. They determine what they think is relevant and important. If they don't think it's important, they turn off the recording. So you're not going to get to hear everything. It's like I told you, members of the jury, bits and pieces. What they think is important. So when they make an argument, oh, this sounds funny, you are not going to have any context to any of these phone calls. But one thing is clear. They have hundreds and hundreds of recordings. And even with that, they still could not arrest Katherine Magbanua, because even they will tell you they didn't have enough evidence. It was nothing but speculation. This is where the prosecutorial desperation is just growing and growing. Okay, they've got all this stuff with the cash and this, but they themselves know that all of that has an innocent explanation. So that's not enough. They want the thing that is direct, that can get them to put handcuffs on Katie, and they're not willing to listen to anything else that shows that she did not know. So this is what's important, members of the jury. In 2016, the prosecution arrests Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia. At the same time that they're monitoring Katherine's phone, you're going to hear her recordings where she says, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what this is all about. Let's see if they play those phone calls for you, okay? Because Katherine doesn't know that her phone is being recorded or monitored. But they're going to say, you know what, that was all a ruse. Then the prosecution decides to release to the media the warrants in this case, which basically details
Objection, improper, argumentative.
Overruled.
which details their case from beginning to end. Not all the things that I told you about, just the little bits and pieces that fit with their theory. So it's out in the media. Katherine doesn't run. She doesn't pack up her kids and leave. And that's because she had nothing to do with this. In her mind, she's like, there's no way that I can be accused of a murder. It's going to come to light because I didn't do anything wrong. But she was wrong, because she is sitting here accused of a crime that she did not commit, with no direct, reliable evidence that has her involved. So at this point,
Wordings. No direct, reliable evidence. Those, I mean, when you have done this as I have done with negotiations, mitigations, and stuff like that, because she's been doing great so far, but the wording's there. No direct, reliable. Then all of a sudden, now you're into speculation mode. Now everything is speculation so far, it's opening statements. But those words in connection to each other, okay, so there is evidence, but you don't deem it reliable. That's the things we can pick up on. And again, in this trial that we are preparing for, the trial against Charlie Adelson, the TDC, not the attorney, but the woman, Katie, she's testifying against him. So we know that now. We didn't back then, but we know that now.
The state now is, the cases are going, Sigfredo's case is set for trial, Lewis's case is set for trial, and they want the Adelsons back. In August of 2016, August, Luis Rivera says, I want to talk to the cops. I mean, he is facing the death penalty. They're going to kill him, okay? And they had set up this meeting, and I need you to pay attention to how this meeting was set up. They are in a room. Luis Rivera is in a room with his lawyer. They send over questions. Luis Rivera gets to review the questions with his lawyer, come up with an answer, and send it back over to them. But what is more important, members of the jury, I need you to pay attention. This first meeting is not recorded in any way, shape, or form. Jason Newland, the investigator with the state attorney's office, was there. You would think we are going to speak to Luis Rivera. We're finally going to get the questions answered, that he would even take notes. Something. And he's going to come into this courtroom, take the stand and tell you, I don't remember. You know, I can't remember the details. But one thing's for certain, they didn't cut a deal with him. So whatever he said to them wasn't good enough. Case is set for trial. 2 months pass. They're getting desperate because nothing's happening. Luis Rivera knows this. So does his lawyer. So what do? We want to talk to you again. But now the story changes. All of a sudden, he says he has information that involves Katherine. All of a sudden. So the state's attorney's office contacts the detectives and say, we have struck a deal with Luis Rivera.
That can go towards what the previous guy said in his opening statement, that Latin King's code of conduct, don't snitch. So, arguable, he tells them bare minimum. That's not enough. Okay, I need to tell them more, and he tells them more. Now, you all know, I don't believe any prison snitches, especially not people who are facing life or death. But just bringing forward that argument, which probably will be in the 2019 trial. But we are only doing recaps. I will not play the entirety of this trial. It's 9 days long, and that won't happen. And so we're doing the 2019 trial. Some recaps, a little bit of testimony, the closing arguments, and tomorrow the 2022 trial against Katie, because they were hung on that part in this trial. So she was retried 2022 and then convicted. And now she is a state witness against Charlie Adelson.
So we need you to go out to the Jefferson County Jail and take a statement from him. The FBI and the Tallahassee Police Department. It is offensive, members of the jury, that they went out there with no intention of recording that conversation either. They're the FBI and the Tallahassee Police Department. All they had to do was bring a recording device so that you could see for yourself Luis Rivera in action. Because the detectives will tell you, even in that statement, he can't keep his story straight. He switches from one story to the next, and members of the jury, you're going to see it for yourself. I wish I could tell you what he is going to tell you in this courtroom, but I don't know. You want to know why? He has told so many different versions of what happened that I don't know what he's going to tell you today. Ms. Kappelman made some references to what he's going to say, I'm assuming, in this trial, that it's the first time I'm hearing of it. So he's changed it yet again. But the state is actually going to ask you, this is what's concerning members of the jury. And we know this because they kept mentioning it yesterday. Are there small little details that they're getting the inconsistencies wrong? No, these are big details that he is getting wrong. For example, in one of his statements, I didn't know it was a murder. I found out when I was on my way up to Tallahassee, I thought it was going to be a robbery. I had no idea it was a murder. I found out on the way, all the way when we were in Orlando. That's when I found out. Then another statement. Oh, no, I found out at the house before we left that it was a murder. In fact, I am the one that went and bought the gun. I am the one that went and bought the bullets. And I actually rented the car for the second trip. They want you to ignore these things, members of the jury, which is evidence that shows you and he is a liar. Luis Rivera, a multiple-time convicted felon. Not only is a convicted felon, he is a member of the gang Latin Kings. Mr. Rivera, the guy who even on his best day can't keep his story straight about what happened. The man who takes pleas, which you will find out because of his federal case, he just takes pleas to save himself. He has a history of doing it. This is their star witness against Katherine, because all that other stuff that they talked about, the Prius and all, has nothing to do with her. Prosecutorial desperation, members of the jury. They are so desperate to get Charles Adelson that their belief is the only way to get through to him is we have to get to Katherine. They want to arrest her because that's our way to get to Charlie. But they were mistaken because Katherine didn't know. She doesn't have the information that they want. So now 3 years later, she is sitting here accused of a crime that she did not commit. And I'm not going to go over too much in detail because Mr. Zanganeh went over that plea deal. Do I even need to tell you how ridiculous that plea deal is? He is already serving 12 years for a RICO federal charge. The man who was involved with murdering Dan Markel, that is going to show you, members of the jury, of how desperate they were. He isn't even going to serve 7 years. You want to know why? Because in Florida, if there's no minimum mandatory, you get gain time. So it really isn't 7 years on top of the 12. He'll probably get 2 years shaved off of that as well. No probation. So this murderer is going to get out of jail free, probably before he's even 50. This is the deal that they cut with their star witness, and they're actually going to ask you to believe him. And what's more important, members of the jury, one of the interesting things that Luis Rivera said, and it's going to be a very important and pivotal part of this case.
I'm just saying, if I didn't know the result and what's going to happen in this trial, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen in this trial, but since she is testifying against Charlie in this trial, if I didn't know that, my commentary would be very differently. Very, very differently. Because this guy, Louis, or whatever his name is, I wouldn't believe him telling me the sun rises tomorrow.
In one of his statements, he mentions that Wendy Adelson is involved. He says that Sigfredo told him the lady wants her kids back. Wendy, he even mentions her name, Wendy, because Luis knows how badly they want the Adelsons. So he's thinking, let me throw out Wendy's name too, because maybe I can get 10 years instead of 19, because that's how bad they want the Adelsons. He knows. And he proceeds to tell them, trying to give more details, add some, credibility to his story, that he goes so far to say that the day before the homicide, when they're casing his house, that they're driving down Trescott, and a woman is walking down the street with her 2 boys. He knows this from the discovery. Walking down the street with her 2 boys, and that Sigfredo looks at him and goes, hey, that's Wendy. That's Wendy, the girl that wants our kids. She's making sure that we are up here and doing the job. You would think that would be enough evidence, right? To put handcuffs on Wendy Adelson and bring her to this courtroom so she can answer questions. But no, they know that he's not telling the truth because they have records that show that both boys were at the daycare center the day before and that Wendy's house is 5 miles away from Dan Markel. They're going to ask you to say, Luis Rivera is lying or mistaken or whatever excuse he comes up with when he's talking about Wendy, but when he's talking about Katie, he's telling you the truth. That's what they're going to ask you to do, the state of Florida. Ignore him on the bad stuff of our client, of the bad stuff for our case, but believe him for everything that fits with our case. It's offensive, members of the jury. But that is why you are here. The prosecution has dug up every single piece of evidence that they could. They have dug and ripped apart Katherine Magbanua's life. They have gone into everything. Her phone records, her taxes, her medical records, and nothing. No direct evidence that she was involved. Zero. And that's because she wasn't involved. How far are they going to go, members of the jury, before they stop? But you are here. This is why we don't leave these decisions in the hands of the government, because they are so blinded right now that they can't see the truth. This is why the system is set up, that we get you, the members of the jury, to sit here, unbiased eyes, that you can listen to the evidence objectively. Katherine Magbanua is grateful to have you here today, members of the jury, because she has been waiting 3 years for this day, for people to take a look and see what the truth is in this case. She had absolutely nothing to do with this. She did not know. She is innocent. Find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right. We are already 3 hours into this recap. Let's see here. Showing testimony will be a bit over the top. So let's go straight into... So we directly can compare the opening statements with the closing statements. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay. Let's go with the prosecution's closing statements. I'm looking here at the... Hold on a second while I checked here. Okay, they have a Garcia defense closing argument and Magbanua defense. And those are quite long. And the rebuttal. So I will just play the 1 hour prosecution closing argument. We already know that they convicted Mr. What's his face? And that it was a hung jury on Katie. Tomorrow we will go through the retrial of Katie. But we will listen, because sometimes stuff happens in closing arguments between what they can bring forward and what they can't bring forward. So let's go directly to that. Dun, dun, dun. No, closing argument, not part 2. Jesus Christ, how long was that? Jesus Christ, that's a long one. That's 2 hours. So this is...
Ms. Kaplan?
May it please the court.
Swedish boomerfish. Yay!
Members of the jury, good morning. All right, members of the jury. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this community suffered a blow when revered law professor, colleague, son, father, brother, and friend was gunned down in broad daylight in his own home. What enemy or enemies had Mr. Markel made that set into motion such a brutal act? The answer, his own family. What offense had Mr. Markel committed against these people? Wanting to be a good father, refusing to let his children be taken away from him. You've heard a lot about bits and pieces versus the full picture. This is the full picture, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And this is what all the little bits and pieces over the last couple weeks have added up to. What was the motive for this murder? Wendy Adelson characterized her divorce as unpleasant, but the evidence shows that that is a severe understatement. When they separated in 2012, Wendy Adelson left with the children while Dr. Markel was away on a business trip. This is from State 75. Quote, the wife was gone, the boys were gone, the house was half plundered, the Schwab accounts had been raided, and divorce papers had been left on the bed. Most importantly, there was no indication of where the wife and children were. Worse, for the first 15 days of the separation, wife refused to give husband any address or phone number for where she lived with the children. On September 25th, 2012, wife finally answered husband's and his counsel's plea for a proper address, but she gave him a false address that wasn't corrected until 4 weeks later. When Markel came home from a business trip and found divorce papers on the bed, they demanded the majority of time sharing with the kids, temporary and permanent child support, temporary, bridge the gap, lump sum, and durational alimony, and the wife's attorney's fees and costs. In Markel's response, he said that he is, quote, grieved that the wife has filed for dissolution of the party's marriage, and it is his hope, belief, and desire that the marriage can be saved. Well, we know it couldn't. In January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to allow her and her children to relocate to South Florida. They were ages 2 and 3 years old at that time. As one basis for this request, Wendy Adelson cites that the wife's parents reside in Coral Springs and the wife's brother resides 20 minutes away. The children are very close to the wife's parents. Then she proposes a 60-40 time sharing schedule in which Mr. Markel will be required to travel from Tallahassee to South Florida every time he wants to see his children. Quote, the wife proposes that during the school year, the husband come to South Florida every other Saturday through Tuesday, and in the off week, come for at least 2 days to see the children. As another basis for the motion for relocation, Wendy alleges that, quote, the husband has also created a hostile work environment for the wife at FSU School of Law by telling the administration and their joint colleagues that the wife has stolen from him, that she has mental health issues, isolating the wife in Tallahassee's small legal community and further limiting the wife's career prospects in the area. Now, remember what Wendy Adelson told you when she was on that stand. She was just fine to stay in Tallahassee. She liked it here in Tallahassee. In Markel's answer, he indicates that he's seeking continued equal time sharing in Tallahassee. He seeks sole parental responsibility on issues related to education, religion, and the medical upbringing of these children. And as y'all learned through the course of this evidence, you learned how important it was for Mr. Markel to be involved in the kids' education and their religious upbringing. Markel's dedication in these areas is highlighted by the fact that the very last thing he did after he dropped his kids off and worked out was make a phone call to Stuart Schlazer, somebody that he was reaching out to try to get information about the kids' schooling, the schooling prospect for the kids. In addition, you'll recall Wendy Adelson's testimony that Mr. Markel was devout in his beliefs and was adamant that his boys should be raised in an environment that observed Jewish traditions and was committed to the Jewish faith. Quote,
Welcome back, Mo.
It's
Yep.
all the crazy. We've got tree stump people. Yes, he had to go pick up his children. Everyone has children. Crazy. All right.
This is stuff that I already did.
Okay, go start reading your book and find Fry's leash and take him out. All right, out. So let me see. They're all morons. So the basic defense is she's not dumb enough to have done all these stupid things to incriminate herself, is what I heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
I mean, it as far as it goes, I mean, the prison snitch thing is the better alternative to she's so dumb she couldn't have done this.
Yeah. I mean, I don't trust the prison snitch with telling me if the sun goes up tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I mean,
And I don't have time to rewatch the entire trial to find out whatever evidence they have. So I will rely on the closing arguments here. But Jesus Christ, that's a long. I mean, she has an almost 2-hour closing argument, and
Oh,
then
for the love
the
of
defense have
Cheetos.
and then the defense has more in their closing arguments,
Of
and I
course
don't have
they
time
do.
for that. Yeah,
I
but
guess my
we know.
only real question is, did we ever get to see the boobs? I mean,
I
for the
don't
love
know.
of God, as much as we talked about them, did we get to see the boobs? I mean, just for science and such. I thought we,
Oh yeah,
as the voice of the people, I was just hoping. Oh,
let's see
Lord.
here. I do know that she testified,
Well, I mean,
and
the
I'll
defense
see.
attorney did a good job of, at least the female defense attorney did a really good job, I think, of casting doubt and making plausible excuses as to why she had a lot of cash around.
Mm,
But she still had those qualifying words, like what you said, like, this isn't reliable, you know, um,
mm,
evidence that she did it, and way to tell that your client has horrible taste. Like, look, she has jerk magnetism. She just it's not her fault. She just tends to attract assholes. It's after
mm.
a-holes. It's
Let's
not her
see here.
fault.
I have here when she walks up to the stand. Let's see if I will just show when she walked up towards the stand in the first trial. Let's see.
Those are way too big for her body.
Yeah.
Those are like an F or E on a 90-pound woman. I'm just saying, if she didn't get the butt too, she's gonna look like she's falling over. Allegedly, we have a woman in my HOA that looks like she's going to tip forward. Allegedly.
Mm. I knew a girl when I was in my 20s that had small, petite, but with assets. And they were natural. I can attest to it. And yeah, that was interesting. That
It's
was a
just
lot to play with.
I don't I look, I have my own. I would get rid of them today if I could. I don't understand the fascination. They just hurt my neck and my back.
Mm.
I don't get it. But I understand some people really like them. I'm just saying we've heard enough about them. I feel like for the people, we should have seen them at least for
Mm.
medical science.
For medical science. Yes, but I don't think they had any of the Jodi Arias photos in this trial.
That's just wrong. Prosecution,
Yeah,
what the hell?
yeah. You should always have some kind of Jodi Arias in a trial. At
Did we
least,
ever
yeah.
figure out the accent? Because it was like Irish, Jamaican. It was
I
it was a
it's
there was a
yeah.
brogue in it almost.
I don't know. I can't tell.
It's a
I
Monday.
can't.
Hell, I'm on
Yeah,
Dayquil. I have no idea.
yeah. But let's get back to
Okay.
at this, so we can get through it.
Trial?
Trial, yes, trial. She went silent.
Once examined in context, the sole reason the wife wishes to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. The wife has done nothing to facilitate the children's connection to the Jewish community since the separation. She not only introduced them to a non-kosher diet since the separation, she not only introduced them to, but she on her weekends refused to allow the husband to continue the pre-separation practice they had had of the children attending synagogue. In conjunction with the filings from the divorce, you have these emails that were introduced as States 80. This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, and it's dated May 3rd, 2013. However, Jibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way. The most important part of your divorce is, all caps, relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is non-negotiable. Those trips need to be coordinated with a very angry man. Danny thinks he's very important, and he always thinks his needs come first. However, a hot temper and verbal abuse is what you need to emphasize that you suffered under his reign. Narcissistic personality disorder causes major problems in a marriage, especially when one believes that because he attended Harvard undergrad and Harvard Law, he's clearly better and smarter than anyone else, including you, which technically is correct.
Oh, Wendy is seething, seething and seething.
Oh, the shade.
God.
Oh, the shade.
Oh my gosh. Also, can we stop using narcissism? Okay,
Yeah.
these are 3 words that I want us to stop using. Literally, when it's not the case, unless it is
Yeah.
literal, unless you have a literal nail stabbed through you, I don't want to hear it. Narcissism, and I'm an empath. No, we are social humans are social creatures. You need to be able to pick up on micro things. Everyone is empathetic because that's how social creatures work. Stop it. If I see one more damn thing on Facebook about I'm an empath and a Sagittarius, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, enough.
I'm an empath. Okay, that's an excuse for you being very, very yelly.
I'm like, no, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Bobby,
And then not
time out.
narcissist. I don't get my way. That's because you are a narcissist. And,
Okay,
yeah.
narcissist, ma'am, you, and I mean this quite literally, we're going to change your son's religions to spite your husband. Projection. Okay? Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, Dan was a law professor, and Wendy
And he got tenure in about
got a
2
job.
years.
Yeah, tenured within 2 years and everything. Harvard Law Review editor, and she got a job as an immigration lawyer. Now, no shade towards immigration lawyers. They are doing a fantastic and hard and ungrateful job. But there is a difference.
Bobby, it's also the best answer and true.
My star sign is Batman because it's all crap and I can choose my own star sign, and if I can choose, I choose Batman.
Mine's Cancer because I'm a crab, and it seems to fit. I would
You're walking
pick
sideways into the situations.
I would pick that what was the name of the dumpster lady in Dark Crystal, Hagatha or whatever. She had one eyeball and the big giant celestial thing, and she was the big giant Muppet who had the giant boobs, and she was all cranky. Hagatha something, I don't know.
I have literally no idea.
Sounds good. Well, as long as it was in my head canon, I'm good.
This guy's a big bully. I know she'll be able to read that when you submit some copies of the emails he sent you. He feels if he said something, that's it. Well, that's not it. You were in fear of his temper, and so you did not want to reveal your address. That's why she kept the kids away for how many ever weeks. Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son, taking him to synagogue with him as an infant so that he can absorb the music and prayers. What's going to happen in June when he wants to go to 3 different conferences? Don't let him go. If you do, you're enabling and facilitating your stay in Tallahassee. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets. This is the grandmother coaching Wendy Adelson, on how to try to facilitate this relocation. On May 6, 2013, Dan Markel filed a motion to compel Wendy Adelson to honor an agreement they had regarding access to the children. In this document, Markel alleges
there's a
the
lot
wife
of
is engaged in a pattern of interfering
Adelsons
with
in
her
here for
husband's access to
motive,
the children.
but they're not
Fast
on
forward
trial
to
here.
June of
It's a bit
2013. There's an order
weird.
denying Wendy's motion for
Yeah,
relocation
why are
with
we
prejudice.
dealing with
That
the
means it cannot be
Adelsons?
raised again. She cannot.
Yeah, I mean, the trial is against the perpetrators of the crime. Now, I understand motive and everything, that they have to get that in somehow, but I would assume that motive should be a lesser part and the actual murder a bigger part in this trial.
I do
And,
believe I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when Wendy heard that part about him being smarter. Oh, I would have loved to have heard her just get that whole box of Chardonnay and just glug it down.
Yeah, no, she was also a law professor of sorts, but not at Dan's level. And we read that earlier, that in the beginning of this stream, 3 hours ago, something like that, that she now works in immigration law. Because she had a hard time finding a job. Yeah, if your Harvard lawyer professor gets killed and the rumors are you had anything to do with it, your job opportunities kind of dries up. Maybe you should have thought of that before.
Moved to South Florida with those children by court order. This is the summer of 2013, the same time frame that Wendy Adelson later tells Jeffrey Lacoste that her brother, Charlie Adelson, was looking into all options to resolve the relocation problem, including having Dan Markel killed. On May and July of 2013, I've gotten ahead of myself here, but in May and July of 2013, there were 2 mediations conducted in this divorce, both of which resulted in an impasse. There's a quote from one of the filings that the wife is nearly, quote, stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides the time is right for him to leave. The wife and her affluent parents, who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so that they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren. Again, an email, these are in chronological order. So this next email is dated Thursday, June 25th, 2013. This one is from that donnaharvey@gmail.com address that both Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson used, and it's signed Love, Mom, and Dad, and it's to Wendy Adelson. Never, never, never give up. It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee. Let's show this F blank, blank, blank what will make him absolutely miserable. You know his weak points: money, religion, control. You have 5 weeks before your court date. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act between now and July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You just need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Just remember that. Dad and I have done everything we could to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. We believe that you will be able to make this happen. If you can put these actions before everything else this month, yada, yada. Here's the plan of action.
Did she just say yada yada in a closing statement?
Down is up.
I love it. Gold star.
Come on down. Yeah, there we go. All right, plan of action. Number 1, take a photo of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a church in Tallahassee. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with, quote, new beginnings in Tallahassee might be nice. Within minutes, Jibber should either see this or will be getting calls from his friends, acquaintances about this. How happy do you think he'll be? Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house and teach the young men about Jesus. Number 3, let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be a part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Number 4.
This is the sickest crap I've ever heard.
Don't worry about that one. Number 5, register for them for toddler classes at the church. I've looked into this. Mom has looked into this. And even if they don't go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Somehow it will get back to him. Take control from him.
This is
Get to
just
him
high.
psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. Wendy, you've been through a difficult year, yada, yada. Now you have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over the kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life in the next few weeks. I mean, this is
What kind
not
of
a normal amount of
mother is
pressure
that?
for this thing to get done, right?
I
Okay.
mean, yeah, this is, I mean, seriously, this,
Okay, why does this woman still have custody? I mean, this is
yeah,
obvious child abuse. They're going to go for, I'm sure, almost 40 years for the Shiite Catholic boy in the box thing, right? Okay.
mm,
We're going to do, I'm sure, and he sounded like a dick and they did the totally wrong thing. Okay.
mm,
Let's bury that one. But you have right now in their custody people that were willing to psychologically abuse children just to get back and bribe a husband or
yeah,
a dad.
this is,
I- I'm sorry. That is almost as evil as, look, y'all, I am so glad we have assholes again, because let me tell you, the
mm,
last couple trials have been people that I'm kind of like, I'm okay with all of,
yeah,
if the state can prove every single thing,
yeah,
then I am okay with these people going away. I'm just saying, I am okay to have jerk faces again.
yeah.
Sorry for
Once in a
cursing.
while, you need to have a trial where the actual assholes are on the are defendants,
But
because not,
this is the worst thing I have ever, I mean, I just, for the life of me, I I get that you
what?
don't like your husband anymore, but to basically just cut a good dad off, it's ridiculous. Look,
Yeah,
my third
and they,
daughter and her dad and I, not great as a couple. Terrible, actually, but he's a great dad. So we
mm,
put that aside to let her have a great dad. That's the
yeah,
thing. You put all of your adult BS aside for the kids to have what they need. And this is so antithetical to that. I just don't, ugh,
yeah,
just,
and
ugh, you're
Old
an
Line Red,
adult.
Old Line Red says Wendy changed the boys' Hebrew names and cut off all contact with the Markels after he was. So that would mean that the grandparents on the father's side have had low or no contact with their grandkids
Yeah,
for the past 9 years.
the grandmother actually, Dan's mother actually did a really good interview on Law and Crime, and it's not with
Mm,
the kind of plasticky Ken looking guy, it's with the other
mm,
lady.
mm,
And she actually wrote a book, and I think she does a good job of explaining how hard it is on a family to go through all of these trials and
yeah,
still really know that the kind of masterminds behind, the mega minds behind this are out there, and that she still doesn't get to see. I mean, he was her only son.
mm,
The legacy that she has now is gone, and she doesn't get to see her grandchildren. It's terribly sad.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I mean, listening to all this and everything else I know that will not be produced via via the streams. It will probably do so once the trial starts. But that is a family of billionaires that deserves homelessness.
Yeah, there comes a level where you cross a bound. You don't have any stops. There should be some lines that there should be, and
Yeah, they have the money to completely cocoon and shelter these kids.
yeah,
They have,
and I hope these kids. Look, there are some people who were not happy with my rule about when my first husband passed away that I had my parents and everyone, if they wanted to say something not very nice about him because he was not the greatest person, that they didn't do it in front of the girls.
yeah,
Because look, every kid deserves to have a dad that they can form their own opinions about when they're older. Not everyone was happy about that, but I stuck to it, and I couldn't say anything nice, so I didn't say anything. When they would ask, I would just, try to answer questions, but not in a way that would degrade him or anything like that. And people were not happy about that. But again, I'm the adult.
yeah.
These kids are.
Adults
I'm
need
the
to adult.
shield.
I mean, yeah.
Ugh.
Mm.
If I didn't have to cook dinner, I'd start drinking, and people are. I'm so glad to have buttholes again, which is sad.
Charlie brought up a good point.
Thank you for drinking for me, Nicholas. Your
Yep.
liver.
Dress your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms.
Jesus H. Mothering Harold Cripes. Are you kidding me?
I need to
Maybe they're
listen
Jewish. Baconate this.
I want to hear this.
That's it.
One more in here.
1 second.
Charlie brought up a good point. I'm not going to read it. You see it. Dress your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms.
Look it.
Yeah. I mean,
Take something from him. You need to take something from him
Did
in
he-
order to get him to negotiate it back.
Did he ever
So-
get his
Take something.
Holocaust grandma ring back?
I don't know.
Mixed berry
This-
lemonade booze. I hate
Jesus.
people now.
Oh. I mean,
Nicholas.
they are a Jewish family themselves, married to these two Jewish families, and the grandmother suggests to her daughter, the mother of the kids, to dress them up in Hitler Youth uniforms. I mean,
And now we
the-
wonder why Wendy decided to just, I'm not happy or whatever, or the weather changed, whatever. I'm going to go live with mommy and daddy now. I mean, what
now
kind
everyone,
of child?
if you want to sponsor this, do so. But I'm probably going to drink anyway.
I'm going to slowly drink this and probably only half because, but that is,
Now we're going from vile to evil. I mean, you can't make this up. This is.
and I'm sure she was just like tickled pink with herself, like, I am so clever. Oh, this is going to bother him so much. And I bet they would go to synagogue the next day and just like, I am so whatever.
Holier than thou, kind of. I don't know what. Yeah.
He wants pretend. All right, now the payoff. This payoff can put him at the point, blah, 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 $4 million range. Point of this, they're willing to offer $1 million. We're planning on you, Charlie, and Dad and I going as high as equal parts. There it is, in a $1 million offer to bribe Mr. Markel to give up his kids. On July 31st, 2013, the divorce between Dan Markel and Wendy Markel was made final. They reached an agreement just hours before the matter was scheduled to go to a trial. But litigation continued and even increased as both parties continued to file motions alleging the other was in violation of the settlement agreement, in violation of the divorce. On October 31st, 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. 5 months before his murder on February 14th, 2014, no. All right. February 14th, 2014, so 5 months before the murder, Mr. Markel files this particularly biting counter motion in which he reiterates his feelings about the way she left the relationship, talking about her abandoning the marital home, taking everything out of the home, leaving behind no address. He mentions that she took his stuff, including his tennis racket. He talks about family heirlooms and jewelry that was taken, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and equities. And then he talks about the frivolous petition that she filed and how false it was. He talks about how she's an attorney authorized to practice law before the Florida or by the Florida bar, also a clinical professor of law at Florida State University. Despite her professional and legal obligations to act in a manner that reflects honesty, trustworthiness, and fitness to be a lawyer, and despite the oath that avers the correctness of the financial affidavit on pains of liability for perjury and criminal prosecution, former wife filed a false and misleading financial disclosure form. He's accusing her of a crime. He's threatening to go after her bar card. He's accusing her of being unethical and of lying to the court.
Oh, yeah, that
Specifically,
could spark
he's alleging
something.
that her TIAA CREF account was not disclosed and that the failure to disclose it renders the settlement agreement null and void. Talks about how she's helped herself to all of this property. She has wealthy parents who placed her in a financial cocoon, and upon belief by paying her legal fees, they allowed and encouraged her to take the most aggressive and unsubstantiated legal postures possible, because there would be no financial consequence for her doing so. Them's fighting words. It's clear that this was an extremely contentious divorce with high emotions and a lot at stake for both sides. Listen to part of this email from the Donna Harvey email address to Wendy Adelson dated February 18th, 2014. I think it's really important to get the parenting coordinator to either testify or be brought to deposition, perhaps by your attorney, so we can get her to request that Elvis, I don't know why we're calling him Elvis, be court ordered for psychological testing. And just look at the title of the response, and they're seeking sanctions against each other. Counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. On March 26, 2014, Mr. Markel files this motion alleging that the grandmother of these children, Donna Adelson, has disparaged him to the children. Quote, "Grandma says you're stupid. She says you're trying to take her sunshines away from her, and Grandma says she hates you." Dan Markel is requesting the court to enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. He is moving to preclude her from having contact with these kids unless she's supervised. How do you think that went over based on what we know about Donna Adelson? And as we know, this issue never made it to hearing because there were several lawyer changes and other delays, and ultimately Dan Markel was murdered. And guess what? Relocation was no longer a problem. Within 48 hours, Wendy and those kids had moved to South Florida, never to return to Tallahassee.
Almost as if it was planned.
The emails in State's Exhibit 80 shed some light on how the Adelson family responded and how involved they got in this divorce that their daughter was engaged in. The pleadings and allegations that Mr. Markel filed against Wendy and against her mother were very contentious. And obviously, there is a lot of bad blood.
What are they playing in the background? I mean, yeah, okay, that was a mistake.
I have no idea.
Back in the summer of 2013, when Wendy Adelson's motion for relocation was initially denied, we know that Charlie had looked into having Dan Markel killed. But as the defense points out, Charlie didn't even know Katherine Magbanua at that time, and hence the murder did not happen at that time. When did Wendy Adelson mention to Jeffrey Lacoste that his brother had looked into getting this done a year ago? On July 13th, 2014. That's when she told Lacoste about this, just 5 days before Dan Markel was killed. But the seed for this conspiracy had already been planted when Charlie had looked into committing the murder back during the summer of 2013. That was the time when the judge ruled against Wendy and the kids moving to South Florida. And after the relocation failed, fast forward to the next really significant event, which is it being on the line whether or not Donna Adelson is going to be permitted to have continued contact with these kids that's unsupervised. Based on the emails we recovered, how do you think Donna took the news that Gibbers was trying to police her contact with her own grandchildren? According to Donna Adelson, quote, something has to be done about this asshole. He hasn't beaten the Adelsons yet, but he was beating them, wasn't he? After paying for several lawyers and engaging in all these bitter legal battles, Wendy and the boys still were in Tallahassee. And as Wendy told Jeffrey Lacoste, she was never going to be able to move to South Florida unless something happened to Danny. And she was right. What happened after his murder? She moved to South Florida and she systematically erased their father from these boys' lives. She changed their names from Markel to Adelson. Why? Because there was too much media attention with the name Markel in it? Wasn't there a lot of media attention with the name Adelson in it? And if that was really her reason, why drop the middle name that was in honor of the paternal ancestors?
Yeah.
Why
Removing
keep Dan
the
Markel's
Jewish name.
parents away from the children for any other purpose other than to obliterate the memory of their father? So it's the state's theory. Let's see where we are here. Here's Wendy's trip from her residence down to the crime scene and then to the liquor store where she purchases Bullet whiskey. And then
No,
goes
Bullet.
all the way back
Bullet
up.
is not a whiskey, it's a bourbon. Jesus Christ, I have it here. Huh?
Damn
I have it
it.
here.
You're a lawyer. Why does she not know her booze?
Bullet
I
is a
am
bourbon.
pre-law. I buy clearance booze. I don't know these things.
I called for a mistrial. She called a bourbon a whiskey. I called for mistrial.
And we never got to see boobs. Everyone's innocent.
No, but Mads, bourbon is not a type of whiskey. Bourbon is corn. Whiskey is malt. No? What's the English word? I don't care. I mean, there's a clear difference between whiskey has to be lagrat, stored, whatever, in barrels for at least 4 years. Bourbon doesn't. Yes, it has similarities, but it's two different things. I will say that because I have drunk a lot of it.
I always figured she would be a boxed wine kind of chick, but I guess she's just a lawyer, so bourbon it is.
Yeah, Bullet bourbon. I mean, it's a
Damn
good
it, Indigo,
bourbon,
now
but
I
it's not
want
like
52.
It's not like let's celebrate. Let's buy Bullet bourbon. No, there's other bourbons for celebratory thingies. Bullet bourbon is more of a let's get drunk fast bourbon without foul taste in your mouth. Yeah, that's weird. Mistrial.
Yeah, mistrial, booze cannot be. No,
Yeah.
she's not a lawyer.
Don't mistake a whiskey for a bourbon. Jeez. White women. No, let's not get racist. Hey, I can say things about white women. I'm the whitest person on the planet.
I was about to say I'm clear, and look, I buy booze that's on clearance, and if it's mixed already and I can cut it with Diet Sprite, I'm good. But I am a light drinker. I have moved up from boxed wine, and Fedorowski is telling me all of these bourbons and stuff I need to try. So I mean, by the end of this, I will be classy and I will have my own bourbon bar behind me. But
Yeah.
I have at least ditched the boxed wine, y'all. So
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, but
To Mosaic, where she engages in a lunch date. When she pulls up to the crime scene, there's where she could have gone to get liquor. When she pulls up to the crime scene, she doesn't get out. She doesn't ask any questions. She doesn't make any phone calls. She doesn't call 911. This is the man that has her children. She doesn't call the daycare to find out are my kids okay? Nothing. And then she told you guys that she just observed the crime scene tape on her way by Centerville Road, which is not possible. Could not see the crime scene tape from Centerville Road. And as you know from the testimony of Officer Brannon and her prior inconsistent statement in her interview, she did go down to that crime scene. It's the state's theory that there are other people other than those who have been charged,
Oh, they
people
have a murder
other
board.
than the two folks that are on trial here today.
They have a murder board, and it is Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Dan Markel, Katherine Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, and Louis Rivera.
Okay. You know what is hilarious is the black sheep of their family, the one that married a Christian woman, and then was thrown out, is probably like, I am so happy to be the black sheep right now.
Mm.
He's
Yeah,
like,
but Charlie is on trial this week.
well, yes, Charlie, but he got dragged in again still to do testimony about how and why he left, because he from what I've gathered, he intuited that his family was guilty as hell and wanted nothing to do with it.
Careful now, I love whiskey. Don't make my inner Valkyrie to emerge. What did I say?
I like mead sometimes, but it has to be a good one, not caustic mead.
Mead is too sweet for me.
I like sweet stuff, let's be honest.
Porcelain and bourbon is whiskey, just a specific type. It has to be made from corn. If it's made from corn, it's not a whiskey, it's a bourbon. I'm dying on this hill. On this hill. Yep.
Also, don't drink.
I'll happily drink both, but there are clear differences.
I like a good cider. Give me a good strong cider and I'm good.
Good strong dry cider, amazing. Mead is too sweet for me. I mean, if I want to drink something sweet, rum. And then if I drink mead, I'm afraid I'm going to shoot lightning out of my arse.
Welcome to Booze Talk. It used to be Trial Talk, but we're in hour 3, and this is Booze Talk because they just talked about hankety-clinkety youth just to get back at the husband, and we have just lost all sense of reality.
Starting seeing some white women and whiskey. No, I was referring to white women and boxed wine.
I mean, the only thing we need to go by is, can David drink it and not call courts? And the answer is no. Anything
David
beyond
David and Prosecco is dangerous. He will call anything. He will call it voluntarily, involuntarily, and with it butt cheeks if he has to.
Which is why we should all endeavor to get White Claws and Prosecco up to the treehouse.
Yeah, Dave is traveling to around New Year's, and we will go to Denmark and visit the Viking Museum in Denmark. I'll make sure to bring Prosecco. I want to see him make international calls to courts. Oh. Dave has the link if he chooses to join, but he has obligations. I think something about family and work and stuff like that. But we are 15 minutes left of this at least.
You all are concerned about. And these people also bear responsibility for the murder of Professor Markel. Although you are not being asked to decide the guilt of anybody on that top row, and Mr. Rivera's already pled, it's relevant for you to understand the roles that all of these people played, the motive for this crime, in order to make a determination about the guilt of the two folks that are on trial here and for you to decide here today. Do these two defendants fit into this conspiracy? If so, how? This is done out of necessity. It's not a desperation thing. I want y'all to see the whole picture. That being said, it's natural for you to wonder what's going on with these other people, when and How will they be
Jinx.
charged? All of those things are natural things to think about and wonder, but not okay to affect your decision in this case, as you, by your oath, must render a verdict based on the evidence in the law in this case as to these two defendants individually. Much has been made regarding my personal feelings about charging the Adelsons. That should not affect your verdict at all. What my personal feelings are, you probably don't know what they are. Maybe you think I'm eager to do this again in the near future. But it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is the evidence and the law that's before you as it pertains to these two defendants. As we talked about in jury selection, you've been sworn as the jury for these defendants and must make a wise and legal decision about their roles in this larger plot. Anyone else is for another day or for another jury. But to understand where the two fit in, you have to understand the motives and events that led up to them being hired to commit the crime. So the evidence that you've heard concerning the Adelsons is necessary. While we're on the topic of the Adelsons, it's worth pointing out that absent their involvement would be giant coincidences. So was there a plan to frame Jeffrey Lacoste for this? That was one thing. Wendy Adelson broke up with him the week before the murder. She knew he had plans to leave town, like at the exact time that Dan Markel ended up being killed, and then suggested his name to law enforcement as a bitter ex-boyfriend who might have had an axe to grind. Luckily, he left a day early, so he had a great alibi. What about this thing with the TV? Charlie Adelson gives Wendy Adelson a TV as a divorce present, as a cheaper alternative to hiring a hitman. Then the same TV is Wendy Adelson's alibi for the time that her husband was murdered. A service appointment that her mother set up for her from South Florida. And then on the wire, when Donna is talking about...
Nicholas, how old was Wendy when this TV broke down? Because if she was anywhere over 17, this woman can make the hell her own appointment.
They were married in 2006 when she was 27.
Okay.
So this is, yeah, so 34-ish.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because if my mother tried to make my appointment for my TV, I would be very scared.
Yeah. Yeah, but these are billionaires, and she has to have an alibi.
Well, did you
So,
hear that the mother basically she met Dan on J-Date and she basically picked Dan out for Wendy?
oh, yeah, oh. Well, she wanted a nice Jewish man for her daughter, but as it turns out,
Until she could dress her kids, her grandkids up as hankety clankety youth, as you do
yeah,
for Halloween.
because if you want to get ahead in divorce proceedings, dress your kids up as Nazis.
Or, take them to be baptized as Catholics, because
Yeah,
giggles
because we
and
all know that historically Catholics and Jews go together like peas in
bacon and
French.
milkshakes, if you're
Yeah.
kosher. Like Jews for Jesus, if you will.
Technically, it was Romans, but yeah.
Well, no, there is a sect, I think, that are called Messianic Jews that do... Look,
Yeah.
I did some digging, but it was during Dayquil time, so I don't know how much I actually absorbed, but there are some...
Speaking of cults, me and Dani Ahn is doing an episode. It should have been this weekend, but she had a lot of things, so we will do it this coming weekend about the Children of God.
Oh.
Also known as the Family or Family International.
Oh, those jerks. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
if you can ask her about soaking and what Hallmark gift one does for the Provo push, if that's just like a reciprocal thing, or you get one like a gift card to Target. I don't know. The Emily post of that would be nice.
As a Viking, you can't almost die of a cold. No, but hell, I was fighting a man cold.
Hey, he was suffering in loudness, as I tell Mr. Mo, because Mr. Mo doesn't suffer in silence. He suffers in loudness.
That got okay. 10 minutes, and we got through 2 minutes of closing.
Well, that didn't come
That's
in
per
there much.
usual.
And what about Wendy Adelson going completely out of her way, that slide that I just showed you, to visit the crime scene when the crime scene tape is up? That's not a shortcut to where she was going. That liquor store is not on the way to where she was going. Why doesn't she stop to ask what's going on when she sees all these emergency vehicles at her children's father's home? What about the evidence that Katherine Magbanua already knew that the crime was done when she got that phone call from Sigfredo Garcia? Remember the testimony that the first call that either Mr. Rivera or Mr. Garcia made after the murder was done was to Katherine Magbanua. And what did Garcia say? It's done. And what did Katherine Magbanua say? I know. How did she know? I cannot answer that question. Possibly, somebody had to tell her. Or perhaps she meant it figuratively, like I'm waiting by the phone for this thing to get done, and when I see the phone ringing, it's you. I knew it was done. Don't know the answer. Here's Katherine Magbanua and Wendy Adelson taken on the beach just outside her parents' condo on June 15th, 2014. So this is
Please
10
let
days
it
after the
show
first
it.
botched
I
murder
need
and about a month
bikinis.
before the actual murder.
It's just a
Rivera
picture of
says
Nancy
that Katherine
Pelosi on the
Magbanua told them
beach.
the murder had to be done on July 18th. Why did it have to get done on July 18th?
Come on,
Because
come on.
Dan Markel was planning to leave town the next day, and
Nicholas,
this is
we
a
will
fact
never
that has been
see. Oh,
confirmed by Wendy
wait.
Adelson. Somebody
Yeah. Bobby, they shot him in his driveway as he
No,
was talking.
in his garage. So he got his car into the garage. Assailant drove up, got in there, shot him twice in the face. Yeah.
with access to Mr. Markel's schedule, aka some Adelson, had to have relayed this information to Ms. Magbanua for her to know. How would Luis Rivera know?
Yeah, that's a weird picture if they barely knew each other.
Yeah, I don't generally see office managers and the head owner hanging out on the beach.
Well, she was hired by Charlie. That to perform, I don't know, oral services.
She
I mean,
was
going to the beach
working with her
with
hands.
yeah. I mean, she was an employee of her brother. Why is she on the beach with an employee? She's a billionaire daughter. Why is she on the beach with an employee of her brother?
And not even a serious girlfriend. I mean, her defense lawyer said, "Look, this is just fun. She knows this. She knows it's not going anywhere." Generally, you don't take your rental girlfriends to your family.
No. No.
I mean, I've just learned this from TV, but generally you don't take your fun girlfriends home to mom because, moms think that those are important girlfriends.
Yeah.
To say that's not in the discovery. How would he know to say that they had to get it done because Mr. Markel was leaving town the next day? Let's talk a little bit about Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera is not my best friend from childhood. Mr. Rivera is not the guy that my child's father considers a brother and a best friend. He is not the person that I hired to do the murder. I did not get to pick Luis Rivera. Rivera is here because these two defendants chose to do a crime with him. And he chose, yes, to save his own butt, to do a deal. He chose to come forward with the truth in exchange for a deal. He is a bad dude. You've heard lots of stuff to corroborate that. And I wouldn't try to dispute that. He is a bad dude. That's why they picked him to come assist with this. But his Latin King status has nothing to do with the murder other than it makes him a bad dude and a good candidate as somebody to recruit to do a killing. You have no evidence of any connection between this Latin King specter that's been raised for you and the evidence of this particular crime. According to the defense, his deal was the deal of the century.
Did she want to say bad hombre? She decided that was going to be a bad idea.
What evidence do you have that any information was spoon-fed to him? The defense wants to say he was spoon-fed, but then they also want to say he was terrible and inconsistent and full of it. How can it be both ways? I spoon-fed, but I did a terrible job of it. There is no evidence that anyone told Mr. Rivera what to say in this case. His testimony is what it is. If there's inconsistencies in it, if there's inaccurate facts in it, that's what it is. The actual only condition of Mr. Rivera's cooperation agreement in this case is to tell what he knows, tell the truth. If I'm so desperate to get the Adelsons and I'm spoon feeding Rivera, why wouldn't I just spoon feed him to tell me the Adelsons did it? He was hired by Sigfredo Garcia, his best friend from childhood. And Sigfredo Garcia was hired by Katherine Magbanua, his child's mother, to do a murder in Tallahassee to assist her other boyfriend, Charles Adelson. And he's just telling you what you already know. You don't have to rely on Luis Rivera. The whole case doesn't hinge on him because he's telling you what you already know from the evidence, all the circumstantial evidence in the case. And he's the direct evidence, the linchpin that holds it all together and that reveals
4 hours in and
all
Fed
the
is here.
corroboration
Yay.
that you need to make a decision in this case. In jury selection, we talked about the different types of evidence. You know, is it direct? Is it circumstantial? And what about inconsistencies? We talked about that too. And Mr. Rivera has given now, I think, 10 statements in this case over a 3-year period about events that happened over 5 years ago now. So there are going to be inconsistencies, and I'm sure the defense will talk about those. Only you can evaluate these inconsistencies and how much importance to give them. I'm not telling you to ignore them. I want you to look at them, evaluate them, and you make a decision. Lawyers don't get to make a decision as to whether or not these things are important. Did he have an opportunity to see and know the things about which he testified? Not.
That's good from the prosecution. That's a good line of argument. I don't get to choose what you believe. You do it. I just forward there. Yeah, that's a very, very good line of argument.
And she's taking the wins out of the sails of the defense, you know, saying, look, he's a bad guy. His statements have changed. He made a deal. He saved his own skin. You know, she's basically taking the winds out of her sails by, you know, saying, hey, I didn't spoon feed him. I don't like him. I didn't want to work with him, but this is what I have to work with.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'm quite sure they offered this to all three.
Yeah, I have no doubt that they offered Katherine something, and Katherine probably thought they don't have enough to get me. And her lawyer got her a hung jury on the first one, and she should have, I don't know how many it was, what to what.
Yeah, and to the second trial, hung jury, then she was prosecuted again. She had every opportunity up until then to, okay. Yeah. But
that's what
maybe
I don't understand why she kept her loyalty to Charlie or whatever. I would have turned quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Now she's a state witness against Charlie.
But she has 2 life sentences. I mean, they didn't give her anything to do that.
No,
I don't believe.
There are no papers about it. But I would assume her spilling the beans means that, yeah, she is going to have some form of relief. Maybe go to a federal prison or something like that to get better treatment, whatever. But yeah.
Well, I mean, her lawyer did seem very vigorous in her defense, so maybe she did get her something if she stayed with the same lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be something like that. We will not appeal all these issues that we found if you cut us a deal. I would assume that would be the case in exchange for her testimony against Charlie. Maybe we will see more bikini pictures with her standing up. You can always dream.
There are dreams. We'll probably just see Charlie roided out, allegedly.
Oh, Charlie is... Well, now we are inside the Adelson family. The lawyers from the Adelsons will be the best money can buy. This will be a different kind of animal. Because once they get Charlie, they can get to everybody else.
Yeah, I do.
Now
I
it's
do
the
really.
entirety of the Adelson family on the stake.
I can't wait. I think the opening statement's just going to be objection, improper argument, foundation.
Mm.
She's not even going to get a word out, and it's going to be
Yeah, this will be
objecture.
interesting. Yeah. But let's finish off the last minutes here.
A lawyer telling you what's important and what's not. So did he seem to have an opportunity? Yeah, he was there. How could he have known that Rivera shot a hole in the Prius? Unless he was there. I'm sorry, Garcia fired a hole in the passenger floorboard of the Prius. Unless he was there. He saw it. The fact wasn't listed in a media report. The fact wasn't known to law enforcement. Couldn't have known it unless he was there. How could he have known that Dan Markel was scheduled to leave town? The fact that Wendy confirms. Because Magbanua told he and Garcia that they had to get it done for that reason. Rivera testified that Magbanua hired Garcia to kill Dan Markel, and that Garcia hired him to assist in the murder, and that Katherine Magbanua was responsible for getting the money and for paying them once the job was done. That's your principal instruction. You will notice in this ATM video that was taken at 6:46 p.m. on the day of the murder in Pembroke Pines, Florida, consistent with the two of them having traveled south after committing the murder, you will notice that Rivera is in the dark shirt in the driver's seat and that Garcia is in a white shirt on the passenger side. This is consistent with their positions in the vehicle on the bus video, which was taken just moments after the homicide. Rivera says Garcia was the shooter. You don't have to rely on Rivera for that because the evidence corroborates that. You're not going to be the shooter and the getaway driver. The passenger is in a white shirt. The evidence at the crime scene is consistent with a very accurate close range shot by a taller individual. Accurate and close range means not gangster style. It means regular style, consistent with a taller shooter. Was it accurate? Yes, it was. Right between the eyes. What evidence corroborates what Rivera says? Mr. Geiger heard a gunshot. He got up and he looked out his window and he saw a Prius, a light-colored Prius, pulling out of his neighbor's driveway. That Prius ultimately leads back to Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia. Both of their names, well, Rivera's name and Garcia's number are both on the rental contract for that Prius. Let's review how we got from this image where Mr. Geiger looks out his window to the Prius. All right, so we've got the surveillance video at Premier Gym, which shows the Prius stalking the victim. This bus video, some of it taken shortly before the murder and some of it taken right after the murder, showing the same type of vehicle. Again, you'll notice the white shirt is in the passenger side, dark shirt is the driver. The tower dump from Premier Gym shows a phone number that was linked to Harvey Adelson, and that on July 1st, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia made one unanswered call to Harvey Adelson, and that's how, that fact is how, that cross-reference is how we managed to pull his number and identify him out of all the data that came out of the tower dump from Premier Gym.
Yeah, she really didn't have any reason to phone that number.
No, and the fact is, how did they get the schedule of this
Yeah.
man? How did they know
Exactly.
that he generally went to drop his kids off, then go to the gym, then these
Yep.
things?
Yeah, because they can't just hang around outside in a Prius week after week just to keep a tab of him. That would be somewhat noticeable. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Look at the
and
call frequency. Who does Mr. Rivera?
Sorry.
oh, I was just saying, yeah.
Okay.
Who does Mr. Garcia call frequently? Luis Rivera. And guess who else is also on the tower dump? Luis
Click on
Rivera.
his-
You'll see the phones traveling. We've got evidence to corroborate their phones and when they left, when they arrived. You've got toll plaza information that corroborates or coincides with the phone so that we know exactly when that vehicle was traveling through, when that transponder passed through that particular toll booth. And we were able to learn from that this particular Prius.
You get a good stopping point, Ms. Capital, if I can give the jury.
Yes, sir. That this Prius was assigned to Schwartz Hybrid Rental Car Place. So Schwartz Hybrid Rental Car Place basically is the owner of this transponder. They have Priuses that this transponder could potentially be attached to. When we go to Mr. Schwartz says, yes, that transponder was in fact affixed to a green Prius. That's how we put the Prius, that's how we connect the Prius that Mr. Geiger initially saw fleeing the crime scene and tie it to the rental contract, which has Mr. Rivera's name and his number, and Mr. Garcia's number listed under brother. Chaudhry Nobles also puts both men on both trips. He talks about the two having car trouble on the second trip. Well, they've had car trouble on both trips, but the second trip is when Mr. Garcia repairs the hose on the Prius. We later learn from Mr. Rivera's proffer how the hole got there. We go back to the Prius and confirm, yes, in fact, a hole is in the passenger side floorboard. The hole did damage the fuel line, as Mr. Rivera indicated, and the fix that Mr. Garcia put on the vehicle is still there. This would be a good stopping point, Your Honor.
All right, I would take 15 minutes. Just leave your notes and instructions where they are.
All right. Yeah, I think we got the gist of the 2019 trial with the opening and closing statements. I don't think we need to listen to them because we are 4 hours in. And tomorrow we will go through a bit. Muted.
I said yes.
Yeah.
And this murder board is going to take forever.
Yeah. And tomorrow we will go through the 2022. And hopefully I can get Mo to show her murder board. But go check her murder board on her channel first.
Yes,
Like
I
to
will
her,
be
subscribe,
doing
doing all of the thingies.
yes, and I should have emojis and a membership thing up. This whole man
Yay!
flu / everything, and I will have a celebration stream Saturday.
Oh,
I just
you
have
you
to-
got your monetization done?
Yes, I just need to figure it all out. I was competent, not monetized, so now I need to learn all the things. And I thank you guys so much, but I need to make all of the things and do all of the things and
Yes, send in all the tax papers and Jesus
Yes.
and your firstborn and everything, and yeah.
yeah, and I'm like, honey, we're a tax? Are we a tax? Do we pay taxes? I don't remember, like
Mm.
poor Mr. Mo. He's like, yes, we pay taxes. What are you talking about?
Mm.
It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't do these things.
Yeah. All right, but I'll see you all tomorrow. I will start roughly the same time tomorrow, which means
Sounds
that Mo
good.
can have her morning stream and all of that, so you can watch that first,
Yep.
and all around that. And we will see how much more we can hate the Adelson family tomorrow.
I don't know. They are pretty. I mean, when she pulled out the Hitler Youth thing, I was like, and done. Guilty.
Yeah. I mean, after the state's opening statements, I was prepared to convict. And after the defense opening statements, okay, shenanigans, but still. And we know that in this trial, they convicted Tato.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's Tito, Toto, and Titties. Yeah.
It is the Larry Curly. They hired the Animaniacs to do this trial. Not even Pinky and the Brain, but the Animaniacs. I can't. I'm like, what in it? It would be like me hiring me as your IT person. I have never been less qualified for a job, but you hire me as your IT person.
Yeah.
It's just the wrong person for the job.
I will be sending you off to Cool Frog. who I saw had a stream. So yeah, but I will see you all here tomorrow. Bring friends, lots of friends, and
Yes.
all of the thingies, and thumbs up, and yeah, you know all the thingies.
Yes,
right.
because this case is all the cray. And it's Florida, so it's Florida man and Florida woe man.
Yeah, Florida man and a Jewish family cosplaying Nazi. I mean,
I mean, it has all the things: love, murder, bourbon, possibly whiskey, boobs.
yeah, boobs and whiskey. Boobs and whiskey. Tomorrow it's
Dentist.
boobs and whiskey day. I will declare tomorrow boobs and whiskey day.
Okay, sounds good. I have my can that's still mostly full, so I will be
Yeah.
ready for it. I'll just put some cling wrap over it. It'll be good. Just like
Yeah.
your grandma, just put some cling wrap over.
Yeah. All right. See you all tomorrow. Say hi to Cool Frog from me, and see you around. And where was I? There. Okay. Bye-bye.